So this one's good. I think I don't really want to play him again though. He kind of takes a while because of the blocking. I want to play Ironclad. We'll play some Ironclad, but I'm also probably going to listen to like this audiobook thing. So yeah, it'll be on. Yeah.
Session and a 30-minute cardio session along with
Should we listen from the beginning?
The girl asked.
No, I don't
idea.
feel like listening from the beginning.
I think that she's got high hopes for me though, because she's already talking about forging me into an awakened body this month.
Should we start from the beginning?
Our mono levels up to awakened levels before the end of semester exams.
Yes, I would definitely recommend people attend NTI.
Let's start from the beginning.
Passionate instructors, the confidence you'll have when you're finding a job.
Every beast I tame makes me stronger if they don't kill me first. The others mocked my bond, but my beast pets and I were rise from their laughter. A massive bull hurled me across the concrete like a doll. Laughter erupted from crowd wealthy closing in around me. Close back at my face. How'd you get the money to pay for this initiation? Don't you can kill unworthy peasants like you? Today was the day of my divine injection. If it didn't kill me, then I could gain a superhuman ability and enroll in the Golden Divine Academy. I was hoping that today would be my lucky day. For once. No, I tore it. His boot came down hard on my hand before I could touch it. Pain surged through my arm. What's this? He snatched it up. Read aloud. Good luck, Carl. Don't worry about the money. I poured the rest of my savings into your divine injection because I believe in you. Do it for your Lila and me. Love, Mom. The crowd broke into laughter. I shouted, "Give it back!" Edgar pushed me back with his boot. Your poor mother. She's going to regret wasting all that on you. Suddenly another voice called out, "Leave him alone and hand it over." It was Dana. She stepped in and shoved Edgar back. Dana was my one and only childhood friend. She was also the most beautiful girl in town, with gray eyes that never flinched, even in front of Edgar. Edgar stared at her, then tore the letter and let the pieces float.
Oh, I could have killed it.
There, take it. No.
We're fine.
I dropped to my knees, scooping up the scraps. Dana knelt beside me, helping gather them. Don't let him get to you, Carl. Then the intercom blared overhead. Section B, report to your testing bays. My heart pounded. It was time for the serum injection. It could either kill me or make me powerful. I held the pieces of the letter to my chest. Please, let this change everything. Edgar smirked. Showtime. Ash wipe. In line, I watched the students in front of me exit their injection rooms, one by one. Dana went in, then stepped out a minute later. Her eyes glowed faintly, and a silver moon-shaped mark gleamed on her chest. She was awakened, as a mage. Congratulations, you're going to the Golden Divine Academy. An official handed her a folder as she walked past. I grinned and pumped my fist for her. Then someone shoved me hard from behind. It was Edgar, and he had changed too. He now had a warrior's mark on his chest. I'm going to the Golden Divine Academy, loser. Where are you going after this? Back to the mines? Maybe to the morgue? I didn't respond, because I was next. The door sealed behind me with a hiss. A tall official in a white coat motioned me over without looking up from his digital pad. Sit, left arm out. I lowered myself onto the cold med bed and rolled my sleeve up. This was it. Everything my mother had scraped together, everything left of our family name. My one chance to escape my life of poverty in the mines. The official tapped the syringe. Deep breath, please. I closed my eyes. Please. I don't care what power I get. Just let me pass. The cold sting of the needle plunged in. Then a sharp burn shot up my arm. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. And then... the lights flickered. Machinery around the room began to spark. Outside, the birds shrieked in ragged unison. The official's pen froze mid-mark. What the... Ah! Pain detonated in my chest. My breath ripped out of me as something seared through my bloodstream, crawling up toward my shoulder. I gasped and looked down. On my arm, a large, jagged, three-clawed mark I'd never seen before was carved deep into my skin, raw and glowing, blazing so intensely it painted the whole room in crimson light. The official staggered back into a tray of instruments. as gasps rippled across the room. I've never seen that mark before. What is that? Suddenly, the jagged scar on my arm blazed brighter and flared outward, forming the shape of an enormous beast's claw, a spectral aura hanging above me like a predator ready to strike. Panic rose in my throat. What is this? Am I going to die? He tapped frantically at his pad, trying to make sense of the readings, while the assistants slowly backed away, one of them edging toward the door. Class, unknown. Power, unknown. Then he froze. When he looked up, his face had gone pale, as if he'd seen a ghost. There's no way. I took a step toward him. No way. What? But before he could answer, the beast-shaped aura shimmered, its massive claws crashing down, engulfing me in a surge of blinding red light. No! Suddenly the walls melted away, and I was in the wilderness, jagged trees stabbing at the sky. From the shadows, shapes emerged. A silver-furred deer with a scorpion's tail, a giant spider crackling with lightning, a white wolf with 9 flaming tails. The beasts all bowed to me. What the hell? Why were they bowing? If this was some kind of dream, it felt incredibly real. Then a huge shadow fell over me. Vast wings, something huge flying overhead with an epic screech.
What's that new Pokemon-style game everyone's been playing? Oh, I got you. This is Palmon Survival. It just came out and it all...
I looked up to see what it was, but then... I jolted upright to the loud rattle of a train. Carl! Dana's face snapped into focus beside me. I looked around in confusion to see everyone staring at the jagged red claw mark on my arm. It blazed like molten metal, flooding the cabin with light. They gasped. What is that mark? I yanked my sleeve down, but before I could say anything... Attention students! The train car fell quiet. At the front, a woman in a military coat stepped inside. Her name tag read, Sergeant Rita. Congratulations on passing your divine injection and being accepted into the Golden Divine Academy. We will arrive shortly. Accepted? So, this was real. My head still throbbed from the vision. What did it mean? What was my power? I suggest you begin training immediately. You'll find resources specific to your unique abilities in your assigned cars. To my left, a boy flexed his hand and sparks snapped between his fingers. To my right, a girl floated a coin above her palm. Meanwhile, all I had was a throbbing headache and a bizarre claw mark. Then, Sergeant Rita's gaze cut into me. If you have yet to manifest your abilities, make sure you do so before we reach the gates. You'll need them to survive your first trial. Now find your individual cabin cars and get started. Near the front, I spotted the bully Edgar whispering to Sergeant Rita, pointing to me. Rita's gaze locked on me. Edgar sneered, clearly determined to make this day hell for me from start to finish. Hey Carl, are you okay? Dana squeezed my shoulder and pointed at a door down the corridor, magic shimmering at her fingertips from her newly awakened mage powers. You're supposed to go there. Good luck. I still had no idea what my power was. As I walked down the hall, absently scratching at the mark on my arm, my mind drifted back to the vision. Those creatures. That flaming-tailed wolf. All I knew was that the vision had felt real, like I was seeing the future. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in my head. Pet skills not available. Whoa, what? Who was that? You must record a pet. Record a what now? Was this part of my power? Was I magical veterinarian? Before I could think, a snack cart rolled into me. The attendant, a kind-faced woman with a warm smile, steadied the cart. Snacks, sir? Oh, no, My stomach growled loud enough for both of us to hear. Sure. Then she immediately handed me an egg the size of a football, like she'd been planning to all along. I blinked, just staring at it. Enjoy. Then she wheeled away before I could ask anything. I stared at the bizarre egg in my hands. What kind of snack was this? More importantly, what kind of gigantic animal did this come from? I tucked my new egg snack under my arm and opened the door to my private car and looked around, looking for the resources Rita mentioned. But there were no magic training tools anywhere. Suddenly I realized the egg was gone. Wait, what? Had I dropped it? Then, the room around me warped and my vision snapped to white, as my eyes rolled back into my skull. For the third time today, I was somewhere else. But this time, I felt like I actually knew where I was. This was a space inside my mind where my powers lived, and it felt deeply familiar. The world around me was nothing but white, just emptiness stretching in every direction. And there, on a stone altar, was a straw nest, and in that nest sat the egg, glowing faintly, the same one I'd just been holding, covering in glowing runes. This must be one hell of a snack. Then the voice returned, calm and mechanical. Suitable pet target found. What? Suddenly, the egg trembled, then cracked open. I felt myself lose balance. For a moment, my mind snapped back to the real world, but I wasn't in my cabin. I was in the train's kitchen, bumping into a cook. What the hell? Had I just transwalked here without realizing it? Sorry about that. Don't worry, kid. You must be really hungry. Let me get you some meat. Suddenly, my vision snapped violently back into my mind. In front of me sat the cracked egg, and beside it, a small bird chirped softly. What in the world? Beast space activated, wind speed hawk pet added. My eyes widened. Wait, what? Is this my power? This isn't a wind speed hawk, this is just a hatchling. Wind speed hawks were birds with a 7-foot wingspan, capable of creating tornadoes. This little bird was cute, yes, but it was no wind speed hawk. The smell of cooked meat brought me out of beast space and back to the real world. Here you go. The cook extended a plate, which I ravenously snatched out of his hand without thinking. Within seconds, I was devouring all of the meat like I had never eaten anything before. It was like my body had been possessed by a hungry animal, or rather, a hungry bird. When I regained control of my body, I had pieces of meat all over my face. I looked at the cook, bowed, and promptly scurried out. I gotta get back to Dana. She'll know what this beast space thing is. Then the voice inside my head pinged through again. Beast space activated. Supervision activated. Supervision. I blinked, and my vision changed forever. The forests in the distance became crystal clear. Everything in my peripheral vision was just as clear as what was in front of me. I can see a tiny nest of quill beasts 100 miles away, I exclaimed in surprise. It was incredible, and the world was so much more vivid now, with colors I hadn't seen before. I knew wind speed hawks could see into the ultraviolet and infrared spectrums, for one. But they were also accomplished nocturnal hunters, with excellent night vision as well. Maybe this skill isn't so bad after all. And to my surprise, that wasn't all, because the beast space voice kept coming through with new downloads. Additional skills include Rend. Rend? All right. I let out a whistle. Rend was a basic combat skill that allowed me to create a super sharp air blast. Many people ignored it because it wasn't as showy as other skills, but I knew its value and immediately began musing to myself about the possibilities. Just imagine what I could do if I combined Rend and supervision. I could cheat on any exam and see any enemy coming from at least 100 miles away. I went back into the beast space to thank the little hatchling for its powers. But to my surprise, the hatchling had also grown into a little bird, almost as big as my hand. Okay, maybe you will grow into a wind speed hawk after all.
Do you want to find out what happens next? Then download the Pocket FM app.
We don't have to do that. It's right here. It is going to be a different voice, though.
Today was the day of my divine injection.
Not yet.
If it didn't kill me, then I could gain a superhuman ability and enroll in the Golden Divine Academy. I was hoping that today would be my lucky day. I don't care what power I get. Just let me pass. The cold sting of the needle plunged in. The jagged scar on my arm blazed brighter and flared outward, forming the shape of an enormous beast's claw. Congratulations on passing your divine injection and being accepted into the Golden Divine Academy.
All new students, gather your preferred weapons, your school uniforms, and wait for the notification to disembark. We are now 5 minutes from the Golden Divine Academy.
The train's announcement sounded just after breakfast on the morning of the second day after Carl woke
I'm
up.
just gonna rest, it's fine.
He packed the snacks he had obtained in advance from the train's kitchen into the provided backpack, along with the spare uniforms and shoes. Then put on the black metal clawed gauntlets and hung the short sword from the scabbard at his hip. There was no rule saying you couldn't prefer more than one weapon, and the guards hadn't mentioned it when they saw him practicing in the room that way, so it should be all right. The cook and the guard had both mentioned the walk into the academy on the first day after he woke up, so the train wouldn't be stopping at the gates. This was probably some sort of test, either to see how the students would solve a problem or get along, or some nonsense, Carl decided. But whatever the reason, he was packing lunch. As expected, the train came to a stop about a kilometer from the academy, at the far end of a grassy field with a few well-maintained hedgerows along the way. This is your stop. The last bit is up to you. I will see you all in the academy tomorrow after the train is cleaned and repaired. A slender man in a guard uniform announced. The students mostly stood by their open doors with looks of confusion, but Carl walked out into the hallway and stepped down from the train to take his first breath of the clean country air. Without all the dust from the mines, it smelled strangely like trees and flowers here, and he could feel the power of the academy in the distance, like a tingle in his bones, warning him that it was something abnormal, something magical. The first student out was like a beacon to the others, and slowly the new students started to leave the train, mostly still exhausted from practicing their new skills and a lack of sleep. But the sun was directly overhead in the sky, and sleeping under the scorching morning sun wasn't going to be easy. The slender man in the guard uniform stepped in front of them again once everyone was off the train, and raised his voice to address the crowd. Welcome, everyone, to the Golden Divine Academy. As a special welcoming gift to all of our new students, we have prepared the traditional walk across the grounds to the front gates for you. Every year, the new arrivals make this trip, entering the gates as awakened elites to begin their new lives. Now, it is your turn, but be warned, the grasslands look empty, but that isn't always the truth. He wasn't lying. Carl could see that the train tracks circled the academy at a distance of roughly a kilometer, passing through these grasslands, a large portion of forest, and even through a swampy bog around a river. They must drop every group off at a different point, so they could watch them come into the academy. It seemed like a strange tradition, but when he looked out over the field using supervision, he could tell that there was a huge population of earth mice, a common grade magical beast with incredible digging skills, and the ability to throw small stones using magic. They were mostly harmless, and Carl had dealt with them using a slingshot as a kid. But in large numbers, they could be a real menace. In this case, it was likely to be a nuisance, just an amusing prank by the seniors to watch the new kids get pelted with rocks as they ran to school.
Mice, hungry.
A voice sounded in Carl's mind, coming from the space where his windspeed hawk was kept. It was incredibly insistent and eager to taste the mice. So Carl stepped forward into the field to see what they would do to the students who tried to pass. He might have hunted them before, but that was with a slingshot and in the house where they couldn't use the earth to escape. Getting a clean kill shot here would be much more trouble, but he was fairly certain that he could do it with the speed of the rend attacks. He just had to time them right. Carl stepped forward into the grassland battlefield against an unknown number of the weakest magical creatures, armed with a single untested combat skill and a baby bird as a pet. Not exactly the most glorious of first battles as an elite, but it would have to do.
Hunt down your opponents in Raid Shadow Legends. Use this promo code to get the legendary Cheshire Cat for free.
After we make it through the winter, the population will surge again and my power will soar. Crossplay, now available.
The response to his invasion of their territory was immediate, and the 4-inch-long earth mice began to hurl rocks at Carl, highlighting their position and making the starving hawk in his beast taming space go insane with desire. A flick of his fingers, and 4 sharp red energy arcs flew out into the battlefield, taking out one of the mice before it even knew there was a danger, and then the other hand took a second. Supervision really was a remarkable skill for both eyesight and hand-eye coordination. His second attack hit a mouse as it was attempting to go underground to evade, and then his third reached its target as it tried to run. Carl jogged forward and picked up the bodies, then moved them into the taming space for the hog to eat before continuing on toward the academy under greatly reduced levels of attack from the earth mice, who had sensed the presence of a predator in their midst and began to target the other students. Only a few brave ones would still throw rocks at Carl from a distance, all of which were easily swatted away with an armored glove he had.
That glove is such a cheat code here in the open field.
A dark-haired girl with a wand in her hand complained from directly behind his back. You're a mage, a real magic user? Why don't you just blast them if they throw rocks at you? Carl reminded her after seeing the magical casting device.
And pass out again in the middle of the field? I'm not sure if you are aware, but magic is hard. I can only cast like 2 or maybe 3 spells before I collapse from exhaustion.
The girl complained. That was what had happened to Carl the first day as well. But once he got a bit more used to it, the consumption seemed not to be that. Stay behind that. Earth must find the target. Advise Carl.
Wait, that's not the end. You've just had free taste. Now full story on the Pocket FM link description. Check out our next.
The other students quickly saw the tactic that Carl and the mage had come up with. From what Carl also the empowered students Not many of them had chosen shields, but those who did have shields took the lead in a group to push forward, while the ones with ranged skills fell in behind. Encircling the mages and the others who got no physical attribute enhancement. 2 more classmates fell in behind the mage, following the example of hiding their faces, though they didn't know why they were doing it. The sight frightened the weak-minded earth mice. One scary guy with claws, leading 3 headless humanoid monsters, was terrifying to the small creatures, and they began to flee instead of attacking Carl on his way forward. That let him set a brisk pace through the field and put the field full of mice behind him right until they made it to the first hedgerow, where they took a short breather for everyone to recover some stamina.
Magic uses way too much energy. How long does it take you guys to recover after using your skills?
One of the boys in the back row, a warrior class with a large axe, asked.
I can use mine 3 or 4 times, as long as I don't go all out. But then I'm tired and I need to eat or rest. I haven't tried to time it yet,
Carl replied. The mage nodded her head.
I'm the same. 2 spells and I'm at my limit and I need a breather. But if I sit down for 15 minutes or so, I can cast another. I saved my magic this time, so I can at least use one and keep going, or I can cast both in an emergency, but then I'll slow the team down.
The boy with an axe frowned. I can only use mine once and then I'm done. But I'm a woodcutter's son, and I can swing the axe for hours if I don't use the skill.
That's good enough. So far, it's just been earth mice, and only an idiot would chase them with an axe. But if there is something bigger and slower up ahead, you can go ahead and fight it without using that skill.
Did the injections make you stronger? It was one of the questions on the homework, so it must be a thing. Carl suggested. Yeah, a lot stronger. He agreed. The other warrior smiled. I'm not so strong, but I was alright to start with. Unfortunately, my first skill is defensive. See, the shield in my marking? The silly thing is, I have no aptitude with a shield. I tried everything with the one in the storage box, but nothing worked. However, if I use a 2-handed sword, I can activate the skill no problem and keep it active all the time. The only problem is that I can't swing the sword fast enough to block those rocks the way that you do with your gloves.
Carl nodded. So, we've got a super strength axeman, a durable swordsman, a mage, and me with my claws. That's not bad. And it looks like the teachers wanted us to group up to fight our way through the gates. Not that it's been a tough fight so far, more of a practical joke by the seniors. But be prepared for something like water holes or quill beasts in the next field. After a short breather, they moved forward in the same formation, but without the coats pulled up over their heads. If there was something more dangerous than earth mice in this field, they wanted to see it coming and not find out when it reached them. Carl's supervision scanned the field, but currently it appeared to be empty and easy to pass. Likely, whatever lived here was just sleeping or going about its daily business, unaware that something was about to invade its home turf. Do you think that we should move through the trees? That would bring us to the academy without crossing the field. We just need to go to the side a little, the mage suggested. Carl scanned the tree line and shook his head. There are at least 2 iron tusk boars in those trees. I can see the torn tree bark at different heights. It might be a different species, but those marks are pretty distinctive, he quietly informed the others. They were a long way from home, so it might be an entirely different species of boar. But if the tusk markings were similar on the trees to the ones he knew from home, then the animal likely was as well. Then onward, valiant scapegoats of the freshman class. Let's amuse our seniors and get ourselves inside that gate before it gets dark. The woodcutter's son laughed. They moved forward at a fast pace, not wanting to make too much noise or vibration underground that might disturb the beasts living there, but not wanting to waste time and let the others behind them catch up either. None of the other groups had entered this field yet. Most were resting. Some were still struggling with either a lack of courage or the mice. And some had decided to go the long way around. That group probably was wrong, but that didn't mean the other routes were any better. They were halfway across the route for pillars, and the field erupted with vines sprung up out of the ground around the feet of the new group, trapping their ankles and pulling them down onto the soft dirt, while loose vines whipped at their faces. It was some sort of plant monster. What sort? Carl had no idea, but the loud footsteps had awoken it. Keep moving gently. It hasn't attacked us yet. It's just active in our area. Keep moving and we will get out without much trouble. Don't attack unless you're actually trapped. And don't step on the vines, Carl instructed. You're the boss. But if we end up stuck in the middle of the field, I'm totally blaming you, the mage whispered with a rueful smirk on her face, fully expecting the worst.
Wait, that's not the end. You've just had a free taste.
When it comes to starting your business, not all services are created equal. That's where Busy stands out. We offer clear pricing, no hidden fees, and free compliance reminders. We're here for you every step of the way. Start your business journey today.
Soft steps got their group almost to the end of the field before a sudden twitch of a vine put it right under their sword fighter's foot. And not only did Carl stomp on the vine, he tripped, and his blade sliced a dozen of them clean in half. Get him up and let's run! The vine monster will not be happy about that, Carl shouted, before beginning to dash toward the relative safety of the hedgerow. The woodcutter hauled the other boy to his feet, and the 4 of them
That's what I'm talking about. I wanted to upgrade that one.
The edge of the field.
So exactly what I thought whenever I picked it up.
Carl's legs, but fast steps kept them from finding a good hold, and he was nearly out of the vine's range before he was pulled to a stop. Coming up from behind him, the young mage used Carl's immobile figure as a springboard, running across his back as Carl was getting up and leaping towards safety, only to be caught in midair and dragged flat to the ground with a puff of dirt and a pained groan. Good plan, poor execution. The swordsman laughed from behind them as he hacked his way through the vines. Carl
I hate this
sliced
guy.
himself free with rend, and then did the same for the mage, who frantically scrambled for safety in the trees. The last to reach safety was the woodcutter, but he was also the most lucky, as he had experience with entangling vines in the woods, and knew how to smack them with the back of his axe to keep them from grabbing his ankles. Sorry, it takes too long to explain the trick, or I would have told you all. He mumbled as he reached the trees a few seconds behind the others. It's all good. We each have our own knowledge base to work on, and there was no time for some long lecture in the middle of the field. Carl agreed. The mage seemed like she was about to say something, but then reconsidered. There were only a few seconds between the stumble and the escape. There really was no time to explain. All that was left now was a section of freshly mowed grass with a single cobblestone path that led to the gates. If they could make it through that, they were safe. Well, relatively safe. From what they knew of the elites, the culture favored the strong, and they were not yet the strong. But they were all well suited to their class, and in time, they might be. Stay off the grass. I learned that from my mom's workplace. Fancy people hate when you walk on their grass. The mage mumbled as they got ready to move. Good point. I was looking forward to soft grass under my feet after growing up in the mines, but using the path just seems right. Carl agreed. These other three hadn't gotten on at his stop, but they should at least understand the concept of the mines. There were 10 other middle schoolers in the nearby towns, so even if, like Carl, they had never traveled, they had at least seen the mountains over the mines in the distance. Triumphantly, they walked down the path, with the woodcutter's son doing his best to hide a slight limp, and the mage brushing the dirt off the front of her uniform to look a little less like she had been rolling in the field for fun. They reached the gate, where a beggar greeted them with a large bag full of textbooks.
What do you think I should get?
Welcome to the Golden Divine Academy. Carl, James, you are first to make the first to get to your room inventory.
This one, I
The
guess.
map is on the table, and you may pick any room on the second floor that is not currently marked as occupied. That's when the group also learned each other's names. With one slight nod to each other, they rushed over to collect a drink, and then gathered around the map. This layout makes no sense. Kruger, the axe wielder, mumbled. All the rooms are random. Look at this one. It's tiny, but with a huge empty balcony. Who would pick that? Agreed, said Dana, the dark-haired mage. But a long, narrow room caught Dana's eye. There was supposed to be a training target at the end, which she could fire spells from a distance, which would be great for practice. A balcony room and map. A test. You must need more space. I'll take a room here with the Murray wall.
Spend a night with my daughter.
Jesus.
The largest dorms, with a training dummy in each of the rooms was special in a way. Carl noticed that there was one selection that seemed quite superior. Some could pick the slide closet as the one option, and it might be left to the last person to complete the truss. The wind speed of Carl came through his eyes, squawked, create a voice. They got into one of the few rooms that are access. In fact, it blocked a half dozen other rooms' access to the outside, unless they had a window that opened onto the back. balcony. It was perfect for the bird, and once it digested these delicious earth mice, the tiny monster was convinced that it would have the energy to grow enough that it could fly around outside. Baby monsters didn't stay helpless for long, even in this situation, where it was being nourished by a human beast tamer and not its mother.
Are there more mice?
It asked hopefully. It was strange to hear the bird's thoughts as words in his head, but unfortunately, Carl didn't have anything else for the beast right now. Just wait until dinner and I will get you as much meat as you can eat, Carl replied mentally.
I hope they serve mice.
The Windspeed Hawk thought eagerly. With the room distribution complete, the group walked towards the reception. Interesting choices. I can see the others, but why did you pick the balcony? The room itself is barely a bedroom. The teacher in charge of reception asked Carl. I can always set something up on the balcony, but mostly it's for training. I have an area attack skill that I can't train indoors easily. But the room is fine. It's bigger than mine at home, and it's got both a bed and a desk with its own shower and bathroom, Carl explained. The others quickly double-checked to make sure they had picked rooms with their own facilities and sighed in relief. Not only did the rooms they picked have a full bath, they also had a small kitchenette with a fridge and hot plate for cooking in the room while they were studying. In that case, I will give you all your keys and wish you well in your studies. The teacher's smile told them all that they had probably screwed up somehow, but they had no idea what they should have done differently in that situation.
Wait, that's not the end. You've just had a free taste. Now get the full story on the Pocket FM app, link in description. Check out our next video and playlist, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Mm. Mm-mm-mm. I got this one. Next one I'll do that power. Let's go. These be a good one. 10 skills, okay. Did I not take it? Did I not take it? I thought I just had it immediately. Oh my gosh, I'm such a silly rabbit. That's crazy actually, I'm really surprised. Okay. $22 just straight out the bat. It's great. Perfect. Gain 4 block. Whenever I play a power, draw 1 card. Cool, because I've got a ton of freaking powers. I forgot about the... Sorry. I just stopped playing the thing.
Soft steps. But they had no idea what they...
FM app. Link in description.
Boom, there we go.
Hunt down your opponents in Raid Shadow Legends.
Sorry about that, guys.
Use this promo code to get the
I got a little
legendary
distracted.
Cheshire Cat for free.
Oh wait, we got it in the yeah.
They just throw for their class. And students from the senior class went black and white on them fell in beside the group. Common green, black, broken, and brown for to the extra matches. The news was all white. Carl didn't represent anything but him.
From the academy, we will
Got
show
a
you
ton
to
of
your
blocks.
rooms.
I was actually
It's always
thinking
fun to
maybe
see
I
the
start
first
doing like
experience
blocks
of the
on my
dorms, you
attack
see.
cards.
It's a completely magical. Building. So whatever you were expecting, just put that out of your mind right now.
Nice.
The student with the bronze
Perfect.
badge, the
It's like it heard
strongest
me.
of the 3, explained. They didn't say much more until they got to the main doors of the dorm.
On the right is the cafeteria, open from 4 in the morning until midnight. On the left are laundry facilities. They're a drop-off service. Just give them the basket and they'll launder it and bring it back to your room. This isn't a hotel. There are no maids. But the cleaning supplies are right here. Don't forget to keep your room clean. Everyone gets punished if too many students fail the dorm inspections. That way is the supply room. You can go visit him later when you have academy credits to get essential supplies and things you want for your room or your studies. Now, there is no elevator, but there are 3 staircases. The main ones are the best, as they're 5 meters wide and you don't get jammed up with cross traffic. Your year is lucky. You got rooms on the 2nd floor. Mine is up on the 4th floor, and these 2 are on the 5th floor. It's a long walk down to get to class, but I heard that the rooms are nicer at the top than they are on the lower floors.
The boy's smirk told Carl that he was definitely pranking them. Either there was an elevator, or the rooms were all strange, no matter what. 3 students handed over the newbies, and the 2nd floor smile.
Here's what I wrote here. It's a square internal rooms.
The leader of the
These are
senior
both
students
fine.
informed them. Gesturing to the doors on either side of the stairs. That was a factor that they might have forgotten to consider. Being right next to the stairs could be loud. But the hallways were decorated with thick red carpets, hanging tapestries on the walls, and plenty of decorations that should prevent echoes. The 2 warriors opened their doors and looked at the bare rooms. Stone walls with multiple scorch marks, cut marks, and absolutely zero furniture in the main room greeted them. They stepped inside in shock and found that the bedroom had a simple single bed in it, unmade, but with quality linens and a comforter emblazoned with the school's crest folded at the foot.
Excuse me.
The main room had a stone golem standing in the middle, the training dummy that the diagram had informed them the room included, and the older student appreciation.
Now that's a nice bonus. They left you the training dummies from the last senior class. Those are commander class. You'll never break them in the first 2 years. Maybe not at all. I think it's a good trade-off for the initial cleaning you'll have to do.
The student with the black badge laughed. Carl gave them a suspicious look.
Are these just as the students left them, or is there some system to it?
The others just smirked and shrugged.
Why don't we let the others get settled in and see where you and the mage are staying?
Dana sighed and gestured down the hallway.
If I remember the map right, I'm that way. Room 17, the long training one.
The student with the bronze badge nodded in appreciation. I'm also a mage, so I picked the same room on my floor. Let's see what you got. They opened the door and looked at an incredibly long hallway, far longer than the actual dimensions of the building should allow. But at the entrance was a small bedroom, restroom, and a kitchenette along the wall, followed by the vast stone expanse of the training hallway. It was spotlessly clean, and there was a single potion sitting on the table with a welcome note from the last occupant. Congratulations, you got a decent senior. Check out your welcoming gift. We will get Carl here settled into his room. The balcony room was just around the corner, and at first, Carl almost missed it. The supply closet room was right next to his, so the doors were narrow and very close together. But the older students knew which one it was. Right here. Let's see what it's like. The balcony on our floor is empty. We didn't have as many students as you guys do, so some of them aren't in use. The doors swung open to show a very plain room past a short bathroom light, a desk, and a large black leather drawers underneath. The walls were painted dark gray, giving the room a very odd feeling. But the curtains were the Academy logo gold ones that presumably came with the room. Well, this must have been the kitchen witch's room. Creepy goth girl. You can repaint once you get some credits to buy supplies. Good luck with that.
Telescopic mascara gives me extreme length and definition. Every day, everywhere.
I want to be rich. Wishing for more money? All you need is your phone. No. Go to Geico, get a quote, and you could save $900 with your phone. Look at that, it's ringing.
It feels good to save some coin. It feels good to Geico.
The gold badge students sighed, obviously disappointed that there wasn't anything special about the place. But they had forgotten the most important part. Once they left and the door closed behind them, Carl opened the curtains to the balcony and stepped outside, only to find himself in the middle of a greenhouse. There were plants everywhere, blocking his view, and Carl smiled. He had never had plants in the house before. His parents couldn't even keep flowers alive. But the windspeed hawk was overjoyed at the potted trees, flowers, and vines that were scattered all over the balcony. Carl didn't recall seeing this from the entryway, and he should have, as they passed right under it on their way in. However, the more he walked, the more Carl realized that the balcony was not normal. It was at least 3 times the size that it should be, and nearly filled with plants, until he got to the far end and found a gazebo with a hammock, a curved bench, and a small table that contained a well-worn notebook. Care and Keeping of the Balcony, abridged version. Carl smiled at the title and flipped the notebook open. While I don't know if you will appreciate the legacy of the greenhouse, you will find that it is effortless to care for, and every plant here has a purpose. You see, they are all edible. Most of them are for humans to help your growth, but I have personally added a few important ones of my own. This is the catnip plant. The feline-type magical beasts love it, and you can use it to keep them from reporting you when you sneak out at night. This one is the honeyberry, which is popular with bear-type monsters. If you smear the pulp of this plant on the shoes of other students, it will attract the giant grizzlies to them in the woods. Be sure to wash your hands before following. The final one is only edible in a limited quantity, the clear mind fruit. Use it before the major exams to help you focus. But keep in mind that it only works a few times, so use it sparingly. The rest of the book was just a watering schedule for the plants, and a note that the magic of the balcony would take care of the rest. So the last resident planted a fruit to help her cheat on exams, one to sabotage other students in the woods, and a catnip to bribe the security so she could sneak out at night. Miss Senior was definitely an interesting person.
Oh, that crazy girl. That crazy
That's
girl.
not the end. You've just had a free taste. Now get the...
Carl Wolf from the Lithium School. Carl will fight the prince's deadly dragon, Skalax.
The announcer's voice thundered. My heart stopped. This had to be a mistake. I tried to run, but the binding spell dragged me into the arena. Everything went silent, and then my bully Krugar and his gang started laughing. They had set me up. I wasn't a challenger in this battle. I was going to be sacrificed.
Okay, what do I want?
Master battle. The Royal Prince Magnus himself would be there with his legendary beast, Skalax, the Black Dragon. Rumor was the Prince and Skalax would be competing in the tournament alongside us trainees. Whoever won would gain rank and be able to attract even more powerful beasts.
Let me skip it.
Carl was just getting settled into his room when his mind buzzed. There are still no mice, the baby Windspeed Hawk complained. He was right. Even with supervision, which could see into the infrared spectrum and would pick out urine trails of rodents, there was no silence. That should have probably have been expected of a magical dorm, but it was a great tragedy in the mind of the bird. All right, buddy, we will go to the cafeteria and find some meat. Carl headed for the main floor again and made his way to the buffet of the cafeteria.
Let's do this one.
New student? I don't know you. The old woman behind the counter asked. Yes, ma'am. My name is Carl. Polite. That's not bad. All right. Grab what you like, but only the white plates are allowed to be taken back to the rooms and must be returned during your next meal. Eat all you like. Magic affects all you kids differently. No need to be shy about your appetite. Meat! The hawk shouted happily in his mind, drawing his attention to a pile of raw fish set along one side of the long counter. It looked like a grocery section, where you could pick out your own ingredients to take to your room, while the first half of the counter was prepared dishes. Then, pardon my hunger, Carl replied, and took a pair of white plates to fill for their dinner. Pasta and meatballs with cream sauce, roasted pork, some sort of vegetable that gave off an incredible feeling of energy, and then an entire plate of raw meat for the hawk. Well, that's one of the more interesting plates for sure. But if you're in a room with a kitchen, you can cook it as you like. In the future, you can just ask the cook to prepare it if there's a special way you like your food, she explained. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind. Carl retreated to his room, while the hawk pleaded pitifully to be fed. If this was how adorably needy all baby birds were, no wonder their mothers would go to the extremes of even chewing food for them. Fortunately, the Windspeed Hawk had an extremely sharp metallic beak and could bite through bone with ease, even as a newborn. The meat chunks were all boneless, which the bird found disappointingly lacking in crunch. But the meat was all monster meat, high in nutrients and energy, and its body was growing at a visible rate under the pile of nourishment. It somehow managed to chew through 5 times its body weight in 10 minutes, and it was still pleading for the meatballs on Carl's plate as he finished his meal. Fine, 1 meatball, but after that, you need to wait for dinner. When is that? I'm starving, the bird complained, then burped loudly and fell asleep. That certainly didn't seem like starvation to Carl. By the time that it woke up, the Windspeed Hawk had grown to the size of a sparrow and was happily flying around Carl's mental space, an exuberant distraction as he cleaned the balcony of leaves, which were set aside to be sorted for drying, and then watered the plants.
Sure, why not?
Everything here should be a magical resource of the most basic level, so even the leaves would likely be worth something if they were properly dried and preserved. The problem was that he wasn't sure if this garden was sanctioned by the school, or if they would view all the resources here as looted school property. Is it dinner yet? We should get crunchy food this time, Hawk suggested. Sure, let's go down and see how everyone else is doing after I finish writing a letter. The bird was confused by the concept of a letter, but Carl wanted to write home to his parents to let them know that he was all right and settling in well at the academy. The students wouldn't be home until the end of the school year, but he didn't recall any rule saying that he couldn't send a letter or a text message. Not that either Carl or his parents could afford a cell phone, but that wasn't the point. Maybe he would get them one once he was finished training and started to get the elite stipend. If it was enough, he could probably even move them out of the mines and let them retire. It only took a few minutes to finish the letter home, and Carl put it in the box by his door, which could be accessed from either the inside or the outside. That was where he had received and left the paperwork on the train, and it was where letters were picked up if you had to send them at home. So it should be the same here, Carl assumed.
Add. Skip.
The dining hall was packed with new students, mostly in rather rough shape, with torn clothes, covered in mud and grass stains, and a few sporting visible injuries. Carl joined the line to grab dinner, then took a second plate, scooped an entire roast chicken on it, and transferred it to the beast taming space while nobody was watching him. Then he took another, added a collection of cheeses and snacks to it, and brought it to an empty table.
You are the gauntlet guy from the first group, aren't you? I didn't get a good look at your face earlier.
A girl with blonde hair and a heavily bruised face asked as he sat at the table next to hers.
Yeah, might I ask what happened? Everyone looks like they were beaten half to death.
Carl asked.
We were. I went with a group that understood going together for safety against the earth mice, and our lead warrior chased them off with a skill. But when we got to the second field, the plant monster was already going insane. So we thought it would be safer to go around, and we decided to try the tree line to the right.
She paused and gently touched her face, then flinched. The one with the monstrous boars? Carl asked.
Oh, you already know?
Carl nodded.
That's why we went through the field. I saw the marks of the boars on the trees and recognized them from outside the mining town where I grew up.
The girl laughed.
It's me, Jasmine. I guess you really didn't recognize me with my face like this.
That explained why she didn't introduce herself when she started speaking. Carl and Jasmine knew each other, so he should have already known it was her. Carl looked her over again. He was absolutely certain that when they left, the Jasmine that he knew had not been a blonde, and that she had been at least 20 kilos heavier than she was now.
You look different. It must be the hair.
Carl mumbled, not wanting to insult his classmate by mentioning what she used to look like. Maybe it was puberty, but he should have noticed a change like that. He was sure of it. There were a few other familiar, but also not familiar, faces in the crowd. It was like everyone was a bit different than he remembered, and most of them had improved in the best of ways. Come to think of it, he didn't remember sitting quite so tall at the table, and his uniform pants didn't quite reach his shoes anymore. That wasn't right. They definitely did this morning when he got off the train. Maybe his academy experience wasn't going to be a bad one.
Okay, no more cards, no more cards.
A little more
I don't need any
and he
more
would
cards.
catch up to his classmates.
Wait,
Unless
that's
they're
not the
like
end.
blocks.
You've just had a free
7
taste.
block out of.
Now get the full story on the Pocket
Like,
FM.
where's Shrug It Off,
Link
bro?
in description. Check out our next video and playlist, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
The next morning was the official start of the training of these future mages, but there were no scheduled classes. Instead, everyone woke up to announcements that they should
God
wait in
dang.
their rooms for the teacher in charge of their group to come inform them of their
Attack
new
steal
routine.
9 additional damage? That's
That
pretty good.
sounded like a much more relaxed class atmosphere than any school he had heard of before. And Carl became a little more jealous of the elite lifestyle. Perhaps he would even get lucky and have a kind and gentle teacher who didn't shout at students for wrong answers, or believe that labs around the school were the cure for inattention. At breakfast, he gathered
This one's
chicken
kind of
for
good
his
though,
grandpa,
for real.
along with the collection of raw meat, but the feast's consumption had temporarily slowed and broken overnight. As they grew dirty, most of them would perfect knowledge of the red skill, allowing them to get a larger prey in a single strike. That might not sound too impressive, the full bird only weighed a few pounds, but when the priest reached a high level, a monster actually aimed to kill monsters above its
Like this one.
using the
I like a
power
colorless
of the
card.
mastered skill.
Colorless card is good.
It was well after noon
Actually,
before
is
the
there no
teacher
more?
showed up to
Okay.
talk to him, and Carl was getting bored with just standing around in the garden and waiting. He had practiced his rend skill until he wore himself out, trying to improve his
Look at all my
accuracy and
relics up there.
activation speed.
I would
And
have one
then
more
had a
too.
short
I didn't know I
nap.
had to click it up.
But he wasn't
Click it.
really sure where to go from here, and none of the information in the bag of textbooks he had received told him anything on that topic. The sharp knock at the door woke him up, and Carl rushed over to open the door for the sharp-featured female soldier that was waiting outside. Good afternoon, Carl. I am your combat skills professor. You may call me Sergeant Rita. In addition to teaching you martial arts and essential skills for the elites, I will be your personal guidance professor. The Academy has determined that your
Cool.
class is too different from
Upgraded.
the other
Done.
warriors for the standard class schedule to be useful outside the daily battle training courses. So, we will be working together for the time being. Did you have the space here to take lessons, or would you like to move to a classroom? He had almost gotten his wish. Rita certainly wasn't ugly, but her nature was about as far from kind and gentle as was possible. And laps around the academy didn't
I don't
seem
need
like they
that
would be
one.
outside her list of preferred teaching methods.
Mm.
There is a spot on the patio that should be suitable. Please, come in, Sergeant. Sergeant Rita followed him into the unit, then onto the balcony with an intrigued look. But it was not the number of plants that shocked her. Are these all freshly watered? She asked. There was a watering guide included with the room. Most only need it once a week, and I didn't know when they were watered last, so I did the day that I moved in. They seemed fairly dry, but everything is still in good condition. Carl replied with a shrug as he walked to the gazebo. This is a nice unit. Very outdoorsy. I'm not sure if it will rain on the patio with the magic that's in effect, but other than that, you lucked out. Now, I need to know everything that you know about your powers, so that we can start a proper training plan.
Guess we'll do that one.
How are the physical improvements?
No more cards.
How
I
has
don't,
the
I don't
power
like
of
this
your
many
skill
cards.
adjusted with a single day's practice? And are there
Don't have any
other
money
hints
for you,
as to
man.
what you can do with it? I won't lie to you. The classes that can send a golem or magical construct into battle for them are in much higher demand than any of the others, except the mages who can use unique spells. But with a ranged attack from the start, you're not in a terrible spot. The sergeant informed him very sincerely. Her honesty startled Carl, and it felt like she genuinely had his best interest in mind as a guidance counselor. Hiding too many things from her wouldn't do him any good, so Carl decided that it would be best to just put everything out in the open for her to understand. Maybe she would know how to help him. Carl focused on Hawk from his beast-taming base. We should start here. This is Hawk, and I'm waiting in the kitchen. It allows him to accomplish things in my mind, and our thoughts are linked. Sergeant Rita stared at her for a few seconds to process the information that she had received. So, your ability lets you contract with monsters and what? Use their abilities? Well, I guess that's true. But we both know what the other is thinking. So with a bit of training, I shouldn't have to fight alone. I'll have Hawk with me, Carl offered. Sergeant Rita smiled. How about we see if we can't find you another beast cub? If you can get something that's a better fighter than the Windspeed Hawk, you might have a real chance to become one of the more powerful elites.
I got some cards I can upgrade.
Hawk squawked in indignation at
Versus
the
a random,
suggestion that
really.
he would be replaced
I have
right
3
after being
turns to
born.
defeat them.
Does this woman have
Okay.
no shame? Looking down on the wind speed hawk? Fully grown, I am sure that I can make it to the commander rank. And she's just an ascendant warrior. Give it a month, and I'll bet I could beat her up.
Hawk's mental communication was accompanied by audible screeching when he was outside like this, and the sergeant smirked at the irate fledgling.
What is he saying?
She asked.
He says that when he grows up, he will be a commander, and you'll still be ascendant.
Carl gave her the abridged version.
So, it really is intelligent enough for coherent thought at that stage. Interesting. I know it's the first day, but we should go to the training grounds to see what you two can do when working together,
the sergeant remarked. Sergeant Rita led Carl down to the main floor and out across the grounds to a large open coliseum.
This will be our venue for the day. You'll love it, at least when it's empty. With nobody here, you can send your hawk as far out as you want, and we can spar with the training gear. Call out your bird, you two can make the first move,
Sergeant Rita suggested as they walked to the middle of the battlefield.
Hawk, fly up high and attack from the side. She will be expecting you to go behind her,
Carl instructed as he checked his gauntlets and drew his sword. As soon as he released it from the mental space, the hawk flew up 15 meters in the air and began to circle, waiting for its master to be ready. Go, Carl instructed as he slashed forward with the blade, activating Rend halfway through to create a small arc of power that Rita blocked with ease using one of the 2 daggers that had appeared in her hands. Then she dodged to the side as the attack from Hawk streaked towards her and parried again as a flick of Carl's fingers sent more rending energy her way.
It was a blue one.
He had no actual combat experience, but
Not
a sword was
fighting.
bigger than a dagger, so he sidestepped and swung his blade, which she easily parried. But while she was distracted, Hawk's next attack hit her in the back of the neck, leaving a bright red welt.
Ooh.
What do we do? Her neck doesn't break when I attack it,
Hawk asked in a panic.
Just keep attacking. She's stronger than us, but she is going to teach us how to fight.
Made it 0.
Rita turned to keep them both in her line of sight as the bird continued to circle overhead, then launched a flurry of attacks that knocked Carl to the ground, just in time for her to block
Killing
Hawk's
it.
attacks.
Okay, now I'm gonna hit
I know
the...
where your weaknesses are now.
Oh my gosh,
The first
I've
thing
got
that
so
we
much
need to
now.
train is your fighting skills. While
I don't
the
need
bird
that
is
many.
equivalent to a repeated sneak attack, low output but incredibly difficult to dodge, you will have to face the wrath of your enemies until you can find a second pet or a group mate to take their attention.
That made a lot of sense. In a way, he was still a warrior class, just a pet warrior who could fight alongside a magical beast. Learning an entire combat system wasn't going to be easy, but at this point, his life literally depended on it after graduation. Even most of the music and television celebrities among the elite were known to go and fight to improve their strength or deal with attacks. They just did it with assistants and cameras following, so the world would know how awesome they were. Not like some bureaucrat lawyer sent to an attack that didn't even make the news to fight alone against a rampaging monster.
All right, what do we start with? Sword fighting? Martial arts? Some sort of secret magical body training art?
He asked. Sergeant Rita laughed.
First, we start with basic physical conditioning. Your body is adjusting quickly to the mana injection, and it triggers an awakening in place of your natural growth. That's why we give the shots at the end of middle school, so that all the recipients are
Oh, I
still
should have done that
in the
earlier.
growth
That's
phase
okay.
and can adapt more easily to the changes.
Well,
As
it's
your
just too
body adjusts,
easy. It's too
you should
easy
be
at
able
this
to
point.
move from a
It's
common
crazy.
physique to an awakened physique fairly quickly. And
Sure
then
not.
you will be able to actually fight
Oh,
at an
cool.
acceptable pace, closer in speed to the movements of your hawk.
Wait, that's not the end. You've just had a free taste. Now get the...
Carl sighed. He knew it. There was definitely going to be laps around the academy. Follow me to the gym. There will be a bunch of agility-type fighters there now, so your standards should be suitable for the equipment that is out. I will lead you through a basic routine today, and then we will set your baseline for improvement. Within the next month, I expect that you will be able to make the minimum awakened standard, but you have until the end of the semester before the official tests are done. So, most students take that long to make it to the awakened stage? Carl asked. That didn't sound so bad. No, many of them will make the minimum standard within the next few weeks. The true geniuses will be getting close to ascended by the end of the first semester, and make it there either late in the year or at the beginning of the second year. Just like that, Carl's dreams of easy days as an elite were crushed. When Sergeant Rita and Carl got to the gym, she issued Carl a workout uniform consisting of sneakers, shorts, and he had his white gold color scheme, and sent him to rooms to shower and change. That
This'll
was their
do all my
policy.
powers.
Shower
They
before
stick
and
with me,
after
don't
using
they?
the equipment. It didn't take long to get ready, but Sergeant Rita was already there, changed into a black tank top and a different pair of green cargo pants with clean boots. Did they think that she might be mistaken as a student if she didn't wear green? Or perhaps it was a military rule. Carl had heard that the elite soldiers weren't officially military, but their own branch of the government. However, they didn't come to the mines. There was no reason for them to be there, so he had never actually seen one before the injection day. The agility-type warriors, as Sergeant Rita called this class, turned out to be almost entirely female. That made Carl wonder deeply about what sort of bias the mana injection had for the skills that it awakened in people, or what that said about his current physique. He might not be the most macho man ever.
I have a card that I can
But
only
being
play
told
whenever
that you
it's...
currently have the physique of a 14-year-old girl was hard on the ego. Then he looked through the glass wall and saw the strength-type warriors from the senior class's training, and the class was full of muscle-bound meatheads with arms the size of his torso. Maybe he was in the right place. All right, first up, upper body strength. That skill of yours puts a lot of resistance on your body, and you need to be able to power through it, but without building up so much bulk that you can't evade anymore. Rita began. By the time that Carl limped back to the showers, he was sweaty, exhausted, and ready to fall asleep right where he was. He was about to collapse when Hawk pushed a piece of cold roast chicken out of the space for him to eat as a form of emergency energy, or a survival ration, wind speed Hawk style.
Cool.
A very deeply
Fine, I've
missed
gotta
survival
rest.
ration, even though the bird still had a quarter of a roast chicken and plenty of raw meat left. Once he was changed, Carl made his way back to the dorms for the afternoon and straight to the cafeteria for some much-needed sugar and caffeine. If this was going to be the daily routine, he was going to have to start eating much heavier meals than usual. Somehow, despite feeling like death, he still managed to look like he was in better shape than the next few groups to arrive. They were holding each other upright and mostly bruised, cut, scorched, or dripping with some sort of mystery liquid. What happened to you? Carl asked the mage sitting at the next table, startling him so much he almost fell out of his chair. Skills training. All day long, the magic classes undergo skills and theory training. I have one spell, Lightning Bolt, and they had me drink supplements over and over to cast it 30 times today until it stopped hitting me and everyone around me. What about you? The other mage at the table, a girl with charred sections on her uniform, asked. I had a combat class with the instructor, then 2 hours of fitness routine with the agility-type fighters. I think my legs have started to turn into pudding already. Carl sighed. 2-hour fitness routine? What did you do to the instructor to deserve that? Even the newbie warriors only get a 30-minute intensive weight training session and a 30-minute cardio session along with their weapons training. The girl asked. No idea. I think that she's got high hopes for me, though, because she's already talking about forging me into an awakened body this month.
We need to get our mana levels up to awakened levels before the end of semester exams. But that's way harder than it sounds. And we need to meditate whenever we're off. But you can't do it when you can't focus. And we're all too sore today. Well, almost all of us. I think that she might be fine.
Gesturing toward a woman covered in slime at the next table. Slime girl?
Don't let it fool you. She's a water mage, and her first spell is Refreshing Water Slime. It helps her recover stamina and mana, so she's been wearing it like that all day.
That was almost a cheat ability. From what these two said, the mages trained their aptitude by maintaining and controlling their spells, and hers refreshed her stamina and magic while she wore it, so she could do it all the time without getting exhausted. She would almost certainly grow quickly. That was the sort of luck that a true protagonist should have, Carl decided.
Slime! You can't even eat them. They just squish.
Hawk had a point. Not only was he an excellent combat assistant, he was also edible. The students slowly made their way to rooms, and Carl let Hawk sleep off his overindulgence while he lay in bed, too tired to sleep, but too sore to do anything else. He wasn't sure when that changed to blissful slumber, but he was very aware of his alarm
I
going
should have
off the
just got a
next morning,
potion, a random
alerting
potion.
him that he had 15 minutes before
Oh,
Sergeant
rest.
Rita arrived. Carl took a quick shower and changed into his uniform
Here we
before the
go.
sergeant was at his door, impatiently knocking and holding a breakfast tray in her other hand.
You're running late, so I brought food. Let's go to the gazebo so you can eat while you study,
she instructed. Once they sat down, Sergeant Rita took out a small stone and set it on the table.
What do you think of this?
She asked. Carl looked it over. It wasn't an egg. It was just a rock of some sort. He even poked it, first with the handle of his spoon, and then with his finger. No response.
It's definitely a rock,
he replied.
Interesting. So the psychic stone has no response to you, but you can communicate with your bird.
Rita noted.
Now try this one.
Again, Carl put his hand on the stone, tried to make it do something, but it was just a rock. Then another and another. But when she put a small golden coin on the table, an ancient monetary instrument from the Golden Dragon country they lived in, Carl immediately felt an affinity for the object. And when he touched the dragon on the coin, a sense of power filled him.
So, that's the answer. That coin was blessed at the Dragon God statue during the last Dragon Festival. It appears that your powers resonate with the dragon energy. Since that's the case, I want to try something else.
Rita took out a small vial filled with shimmering red liquid.
Oh, I want it. Ask the evil lady to give me that.
Hawk demanded.
You should be glad that she can't hear you.
Carl thought back to his companion.
Wait, that's not the end. You've just had a free taste. Now get the full story on the Pocket FM app, link in description. Check out our next video and playlist, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
With everyone limited in stamina and magical power, there were constant breaks, which also became part of the game that was played between Carl and the mages. He would sit down to recover, but still swat at attacks if someone got lazy, and an attack was particularly weak or slow-moving. In the eyes of the supervisor, the lone teacher assigned to watch over the dozen mages in this class, it was the best motivation that they had seen in months. None of these students were good at self-motivating, and their abilities weren't strong enough to get them a personal instructor, even one at the low level that Sergeant Rita had reached. To his trained gaze, the warrior with rending claws was likely to overtake her in power by the end of his first semester. while she had taken 3 years to make it to the middle of ascended rank combat power. Sergeant Rita was no genius when she had to learn magical powers, but she was a great martial artist, and from what he could see, a superb teacher. Not only had she motivated her own student, she was motivating them as well. Carl and the others trained together until lunch, after which the mages would be moving to theoretical training to help them learn new spells, and Carl would be moving on to either close combat training or theory classes on how to care for a magical beast, and research assignments on the chances of increasing its power more than its species would normally allow.
Come with us for lunch. It looks like you awakened a pretty cool combat ability
Chill,
right from
kitty.
the start with the ranged claw attacks. Most warriors are boring until they're at least reaching the end of the awakened rank, and they can start to hit targets more than 2 meters away from them.
One of the mages informed Carl. She was a tall and buxom blonde, but with the growth spurt that he had undergone the last few days, she was only a little taller than he is now, and Carl had hoped that he would reach an acceptable height before he had enough classes with others that his reputation as a shorty would precede him. At the very least, everyone seemed to respect his abilities, and thankfully, during the lunch, none of them seemed to notice that Carl covered an entire plate of raw meat in a drizzle of mana-infused monster blood, or that it simply vanished into thin air. They were all more eager to discuss the ways that they had thought of to use their spells to get around his defenses.
I think that if we can increase the speed and fire them as double balls instead of a single, we can at least get one through to the target.
Better if you send them a few meters apart, so that the other claws don't hit. Or if it's like different speeds, then they will arrive. Another mage sighed. His specialty was ice, and he had a terrible time getting the ice shards to hit the target when they were so easily knocked off course.
This is a different cafeteria than I'm used to. Where are we?
Carl asked.
Oh, this is the cafeteria in the Mage District. There is another in the warrior training as well, for students who are a long way from the dorm cafeteria at lunch. The foods at each are totally different because they are specialized for the different groups. The warrior one has more nutrition-based options designed to build muscle, while ours is more mana-rich. The one at the dorm is a mix of everything, but mostly it's used by the students who study in their dorms all morning, the non-combat elites. That's good to know. I have to train every day, but today I definitely need the extra mana. I'm Carl, by the way.
Molly, the blonde explained. Formerly known
Okay,
as
hold on. Let me let my
Gertrude
cat out real
Dingwall,
quick.
one of the boys teased.
But now I'm Molly. It's on my ID card.
The blonde replied in an annoyed tone.
You don't have to put your real name on the sheet, you see. She asked if she could change it when she was on the train, and the guard said they'd call her anything she wrote there.
Okay, cool.
Legend has it that some prankster a few years ago was known as Tater Salad for an entire year before he could get his card changed.
One of the other mages informed Carl with a giggle. Hawk sighed in contentment as he feasted on the upgraded lunch package, courtesy of the red sauce that the not-so-evil lady had left for him. And Carl sat and joked with the mages for an hour before Sergeant Rita came to inform him of his next training task.
We will see you all tomorrow morning. But for the afternoon, Carl has actual combat training to do. He might have a ranged attack magic, but the Academy has determined that he is still a warrior class.
The mages made praying motions, wishing Carl the best of luck on surviving warrior training, as well as ranged casting practice in a single day. Then slowly made their way to theory classes with a renewed motivation to learn new spells that would get past his defense. Carl had been getting better all morning, but they all had thoughts on how to evade his defensive abilities. As they walked out across the grounds, Sergeant Rita smiled at Carl's concerned look.
Relax, it won't be so bad. We're going to the first year unarmed combat classes. It's just basic martial arts, and most of them have very little skill.
Your physique is miles beyond most of the other newbies, so you shouldn't have too many problems adapting. Plus, I brought you one more resource that I scooped from the mage class instructor. It's a memory drop, a condensed focusing spell that makes it easier to memorize things. It's not powerful magic, but it's incredible for studying. The mages get them as a reward when they do well on tests.
Just keeps
With
going,
this,
huh?
Carl relaxed a bit. Just as Rita and Carl entered the class,
Oh, I'm
the
killing it.
small but
I'm
muscular
absolutely
instructor in his
destroying
late
this.
40s asked them, "Ah, Rita, welcome. It's good to see you back here as a teacher instead of a student. Who
Yeah,
is
I
this that you
absolutely
brought with you?"
destroyed. I just ascended at
Chances were
nothing.
he wasn't part of the elite.
Dude,
He was too
so
old to have
easy
been
now.
chosen even a decade ago. But if he was a martial arts expert, he would be the perfect person to be training new
So
recruits.
the
They
archdemon
wouldn't be
stall
stronger than
has
he was,
arrived.
and they knew
I
basically
don't want to
nothing,
threaten.
unless they
Why do I
happened
always
to
have to
have some
threaten this
special training at
guy?
home, with the hope that they would be in the lucky
Okay.
5% that managed to gain an affinity to mana from the injection.
Why?
That was a fairly big
Why do
risk
I
to take,
always do that
but
to
some would
him?
surely have done it, just in case.
Oh, freaking
This
archetype.
is Carl. He's an agility-type fighter with a ranged magical attack that utilizes the claws on the gauntlets. It has proven quite
Tweetbox.
versatile, and since it's a gauntlet-type weapon, he should fit in fairly well in your unarmed combat classes as well. Rita explained. Well, that sounds like it's a properly versatile skill set. All right, let's see what you can already do, and what you still need to learn. The instructor agreed. Carl laughed and Rita smirked. They both knew that he knew nothing, but with the enhancement that he had been getting from Hawk, at least he might not embarrass himself. The instructor noticed his uneasy look and smiled. Don't worry too much. It's unarmed combat. Just leave your gauntlets over there and we can spar a little. If you're a complete newbie, just do what's right, and that will tell me what way is best to help you develop.
Yeah, swoop down from above and break his neck.
Hawk added. Not helpful. I can't fly. Carl thought back.
Then jump or something, I don't know.
Hawk. That's it. You just retake the full free Hawk F app link and switch out next week and don't get to share.
Lash the training grounds where the meat assemble.
Alright, I'm for redemption.
Each looked excited. They were wondering what a magical beast would do.
I'm off
to
the ground
their
floor.
attacks, but they
I'm
didn't want to
on. I'm on floor 1. Sweet 1000. Wait, 1000? Sweet 100.
Learn if the Hawk's logic on what should be blocked was different from what a human's would be. The barrage began again, but with faster attacks, variable speed attacks, and multiple castings to try to get around Carl's defenses.
I think I can gain those back.
So that he could attack the way he used to, targeting the water ball. As a couple of water beaches, they were close to the bird against them. Hey, I'll just kill these bears. Oh, when my water
Alright,
ball
cool. Well,
split
we
to go around
transformed.
the plates. The water complained.
Alex.
Alex. Dissipate.
Just got speed.
Right? Got it. I read. Other mages have the Hawk's brutality. Split its speed so they wouldn't be so hot. Hawk ready and split symmetry already blade. It all fibers had less than major. Man, he's good. No one.
Let's go.
Monsters. One of the cheering mages remarked. After the skills training with the mages finished, they all managed to drag themselves to lunch, exhausted but satisfied with their progression. As he sat down, Carl began to mentally prepare himself for the afternoon skills training. Hawk was happily resting on the table with a chunk of roasted meat. But Carl could tell that the bird's mind had already wandered to the monster delicacy that was in the gaming space for him to snack on all afternoon, while his master learned how to fight.
do you think that they will let you go out with the newbie training patrols? I know that you're training alone and on a different learning program than everyone else in the first-year class, but we also heard the teacher talking today about how they might black badge you soon, and then you'll be able to lead a group into the woods. The actual classes always have wilderness assignments, but they can't go without an awakened or stronger team leader. So most of the first years have to beg for favors from the seniors, or wait until the teachers organize an outing.
One of the girls asked. She was also a black-badged awakened mage, but looked older than many others in the Misfit Mages class, so she might be in her third year, not her second.
I will have to ask Sergeant Rita about it. I didn't know that the others had to leave the academy grounds to do things in their first year, so it's all news to me. Other than the combat training class, where I don't actually spar with many of the other students because I'm physically not so strong and untrained, you guys are the only student interaction that I have.
Carl explained.
Oh, that makes sense. This early in the year, you wouldn't be doing much of anything but learning the basics. It's mostly the alchemists, druids, garden witches, and such that have to go outside into nature to train.
The mage agreed.
Yeah, and the more esoteric mages often don't leave the library for more than an hour or
Kitty,
so a day
what are you
for their
doing?
entire time at the academy. They just learn as much as they can about spells, and then never actually use them for anything. I should have worked harder to be one of them. It would be less exhausting.
One of the boys added.
If you can, you definitely want to go outside though. There are all sorts of good things out there, especially for a meat lover like your Hawk. And you'll get extra credit for leading the group, which you can spend at the supply room.
Sergeant Rita's voice came from behind Carl.
Are you lot trying to steal away my student? He's got a long way to go before he's ready to go out into the wilderness unaccompanied.
The mages laughed and everyone pointed at the bird on the table. Did you know that the Windspeed Hawk can use wind barrier? With that in rend, it's already tougher than most of us. Plus, it's a magical beast, and there's still a whole Carl to go with it. One of the mages explained. Rita gave the mages a stern look that said she wasn't going to be changing her mind on Carl going on the wilderness outings, no matter whether he got the black badge or not.
Your plates are empty, and Hawk has finished basking in the attention. So pack him away and get to the training class. We will be testing your memory today.
Rita ordered, then left Carl to clean up and follow behind her.
Looks like the mention of going outside got her upset. I'll see you all tomorrow.
Carl laughed as he transferred Hawk back into the taming space. He could do that from a distance, but he wasn't sure just how far it worked from, as he hadn't tried it from more than across the room.
Excuse me.
That was another skill that he would have to practice with Hawk eventually, once their bond and bodies were strong enough that they could operate individually and didn't have to rely on each other for everything. Well, maybe they wouldn't wait on the bodies to get stronger. Windspeed Hawks were better known for their skills than their durability, but the sentiment was the same. Carl jogged down to the training area, where Sergeant Rita was waiting for him with a few older students, and the regular class was just beginning to assemble in the locker room to get changed.
Give me 2 minutes and I will be back out.
He called as he saw the sergeant already changed and waiting.
Bare feet and shorts, shirt optional.
One of the older students called back. That was the normal sort of training outfit for the mixed martial arts class. So Carl didn't think much of it as he got ready and came back out. Not bad. Still young, but a good bit of muscle mass. Lean and solid. One of the older students noted when Carl returned without a shirt. It would just get in the way while sparring. So he was carrying it with his towel and water bottle, both sourced from the shelves in the changing room along with the training outfit.
Oh my god, my cat is howling for his buddy.
All right. First, we will start with a quick sparring session to see how much of your training you actually managed to remember. I remember giving you some resources that will help you retain knowledge, so I have high expectations.
Okay.
Carl couldn't tell how strong these students were supposed to
Okay.
be when everyone was in training outfits. But the boy he was paired up with was only a little larger than he was, and slightly more heavily muscled. None of the students in this training class were pure bodybuilder physiques. It would interfere with their flexibility. That didn't mean much when there were supernatural abilities involved. Many of the warrior classes got strong physical enhancements as they practiced. As good or better than the feedback that Carl got from Hawk. This will be a 3-minute round. Now, start, Rita announced. His opponent darted out a jab to test Carl's reaction speed, which he blocked while moving forward for a knee strike. Being smaller, it was to his advantage to get as close as he could, where the other boy's reach advantage didn't mean anything. He had learned that yesterday while getting beaten up by Rita. He only knew a few strikes, punches, knees, and elbows, along with a few blocks. But hopefully it would be enough to get him through the next 3 minutes. The older boy aimed a strike at Carl's head, which he ducked under and punched toward the stomach. This opponent was fast, nearly as fast as Rita, and he danced out of the way instead of blocking, which allowed him to move out of Carl's punching range. It put Carl on the defensive as the boy counteract, but either he was weaker than Rita or he was holding back, and he didn't manage to land a solid hit for the next minute as Carl threw a few kicks and tried to get back in close again. It wasn't working. The boy had figured out the trick to keeping Carl away with knee strikes, and the two were at an impasse when the round ended. Not bad, but neither of you could land a hit to save your lives, Rita admonished them. He's short and stupidly fast. If you want someone who can beat him up in a sparring match, ask the monk classes, not me, the boy complained.
Wait, that's not the end. You've just had a free taste. Now get the full story on the Pocket FM app, link in description. Check out our next video and playlist, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Kruger's legs web. Level 0 opening my hand. What the hell? Kruger yelled as he swung and stumbled to the ground. Could this match actually be my first enemy? Kruger, the maniac who could shapeshift his arms, thought this would be an easy win for him when he saw me walk into the arena with my juvenile hawk perched on my shoulder and my 3-inch spider pop out of my pocket. Little did he know, I was desperate.
Wait,
Today was the day me, Hawk, and Ray would prove everyone wrong. If I won this duel against Kruger, I'd earn a...
Wait, where'd it go?
She led them to the train. Ended. Short and stupid.
At the end, you've just...
There we go. I don't know why it went to a different one.
A dozen opponents. Rita finally stopped calling more people to the ring. All right, I have the combat data that I need. It looks like Carl has clearly never won a fight before in his life. That's enough for us to get started on the next round of instruction.
Oh my gosh, Kitty, what?
The next round?
He doesn't want to come out here. I think there's
I'm already struggling to win a fight here unarmed. I'm not sure that throwing more knowledge at me is going to help, Carl asked. Rita laughed at Carl's concern.
No, we're not going to force you to learn even more in the next few days. Instead, what we will be doing is tying everything that you have learned into one practical lesson and then grinding it into your brain until it is impossible for you to forget. You need to be able to block attacks while fighting and work with Hawk at the same time. Like a mage that has been tasked with both offense and defense. You'll be working overtime, and you need to build your situational awareness.
Carl
nodded like he understood, but Rita saw right through his subterfuge.
What I mean is that you must be aware of where all your threats are at all times. Or either you or Hawk could get yourselves into a lot of trouble. You're not indestructible, and enemies will try to lay traps for you.
Oh my gosh, my cat will not stop meowing. It's so
They
annoying.
will know what to expect from that.
So annoying. Why won't he stop meowing? Oh, I know why, but still,
so that you can fight
still
your way
very
out of
annoying.
trouble if it finds you.
Rita explained.
Well, that sounds like a lot of work, so it must be important. How am I
Oh my
going to do
god,
that?
this cat.
Carl asked.
Killing
Practical
me.
skills training class. You will have accuracy and speed training with the mages in the morning, martial arts training in the afternoon, and then an entire day of practical skills training every week. Now, tomorrow is normally the odd day for most students, where they take their elective subjects instead of their core training. For you, that means practical skills. Then the day after is an off day. So catch up on rest and healing, and you'll be back with the mages on Monday morning.
At least there was still an off day.
Now, you can call it an early day and go get something to eat. Tomorrow will be a long one, and the first time is always the hardest. But trust me, this class will be important.
Robert, chill.
Especially more monsters on your side.
Chill.
Rita added, then walked away.
Chill.
Carl wanted to argue that he could do perfectly well like the mages that he worked with, just doing theory for half the day and practical skills for the other half. But that didn't seem to be an option now that he had been singled out as having a unique skill. The fact that he was currently one of the strongest freshmen briefly entered his mind. But as Carl hadn't actually interacted much with the other new students, his skills could only be compared to the second-year students, where even the misfits of the class could probably take him in a fight. It didn't feel all that impressive as a title. When he showered, changed, and finally got back to the student cafeteria for an early meal, there were a lot more students than usual hanging around, chatting and laughing. These were the other freshmen that Carl didn't usually see, who were still undergoing mostly theoretical training for the non-combat skills that they had awakened. Unlike the scorched,
There's a lot of
frozen, and
HP there.
bruised freshmen who would show up later,
Not good, to be
these
honest.
looked surprisingly cheerful, though Carl could see that whatever they were doing was wearing them out, and they were mentally exhausted.
Oh, it's the first through the field. Why don't you come and join us?
One of the girls asked as Carl stepped into line behind her. It looks like I already have a reputation. Carl laughed as more people turned to look at him. A boy a few places in front of him nodded. They use your group as an example of what sort of courage and caution we are supposed to have. You all managed to make it all the way without any issues, other than the ones caused by other groups that weren't as good. The teachers want to make sure that we all know it too. And the others from your group, Dana, James, and Kruger, are already living the celebrity life in class. Well, mostly James and Kruger, since Dana disappeared into the library to do her mage training on the first day and doesn't really come out much. The girl who had greeted Carl laughed.
That's because she wants to find a way to reduce the casting cost of her magic, until she can use it for a whole fight. I told her that it's not realistic. Mages are burst damage swords. Blast it hard and hope it dies. But she's bent on being able to fight for longer without switching to area effects, which don't work well in a group.
Oh my gosh,
Carl
this
shrugged.
cat, swear to
We've all
God.
got our own style, I guess. But being able to work in a group is important as well.
I heard that later in the year, everyone gets a chance to go out on missions for extra credit. And that is normally done in a larger group with one of the seniors. The students in line
Kitty
all
cat,
nodded
stop.
eagerly as the girl replied,
No more.
We're looking forward to it. The extra credit isn't about marks in class.
No
It can
more.
get you all sorts of special privileges.
No.
Well, it can get us all sorts. But I heard that you already have an assigned tutor and customized classes. So you don't need to worry about the two biggest ones that everyone wants. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. A full-time tutor means full-time customized classes on their schedule, not yours. I would love to be able to slack off.
Carl laughed.
Kitty
The
cat. No,
students
come back
around
over
him
here. Don't
snorted
go
in
meow
amusement.
at them anymore.
Even without them, the teachers
Stop.
are right on top of anyone who tries to slack. It's like they know the instant that you're not working as hard as you could be, and they're trained to jump on you and make you catch up. The pure amount of homework that we all got the first few days because we treated class like school was insane.
One of the students folded his hands and remarked,
Wait, that's not the end. You've just had a free taste. Now get the full story on the Pocket FM app. Link in description. Check out our next video and playlist. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
The next morning, Carl was waiting at the training grounds just as
I should have done that earlier and
instructed,
upgraded it.
when a
later on.
large group of first-year students arrived together.
Robert,
and
please
a handful
stop.
of senior students with black badges came walking in with casual smiles on their
What
faces.
happened to all my powers?
Looks
I feel
we've
like
got
I
a
don't
new
have
addition.
any anymore.
Which group are you here to join? One of the black badge students asked. No idea. Sergeant Rita just ordered me to be here. Carl replied with a shrug. The students all gave him an assessing look, trying to guess what his skill and power level was at. But even with his recent growth spurt, he just looked like a handsome teen
Kitty
boy,
cat, no
not yet
more.
old enough to be
The
called
cat's
a
not
man.
coming outside.
Then the
The
teachers
cat is.
arrived.
The other
Two
cat is not
mages
coming
and
over
Sergeant
here.
Rita,
Okay?
who had a bundle
It's
in
very
her arms
clear.
as she walked over to Carl.
Flip your coat inside out. You will be the flag carrier for Team
She informed him with a smile. Oh, we get a rookie for today's training? What's your students? The larger mages, an old man and one of the injected elites, cleared his throat, and everyone fell silent. Most of you know the rules. Odd-numbered teams are on defense. Flag carriers are team leaders. Even-numbered teams are on offense. Your senior will lead the team. This is a group training exercise, as you alone won't be able to face down every threat that comes your way during training. Sergeant Rita will hand out the tokens at random. While the seniors know their numbers already, Senior Jeffrey is out on a mission, so Carl will be taking his place for the next few weeks. Rita walked through the groups of first-year students and passed out
Where's my
tokens,
power?
which everyone pulled from a bag. Then the students grouped up, based on the token they drew. The fact that it was completely random and that they wouldn't have any guarantees of a decent grouping was already giving Carl a headache. But it looks like the others were well aware of the situation, and they were already making plans for how they would work with what they had. That was the point of the lesson. When there was an emergency call, whoever was close to the emergency answered. You didn't get to pick and choose a front guard, healer, and mages. You just fought with what you had, and there was no extra time to figure it out. Carl's group was Dana, the mage girl who was behind him on the first day, along with 7 large boys that all had shields and hammers or spears. Oh, come on! One of the other students groaned as they saw the group forming. How did Group 5 end up with every defender in the entire class? One of the mages agreed. His group was 5 mages and 3 boys with short swords and daggers. If they were attacking, it wouldn't be too terrible. But they were Group 3, and they would have to defend a flag without anyone who could take an attack head-on. The flag carrier for Group 4 laughed and pointed at his group. 8 first-year mage girls, which left a grand total of 2 girls not on his team. Dana and another girl warrior in Group 2. But they had picked the numbers out of a so if they trickery gun, it was not easy to detect. It looks like today's game will be an interesting one. Sometimes the luck of the draw means that you have to improvise. While Group 5 has the shields, they don't have a lot of mobility, and they only have 1 spellcaster. It's not impossible to overtake them and capture the flag. You just have to get creative. Carl draped the black flag with the Golden Academy logo on it over his shoulders as a cape and tied it off, then joined his group to see what they could do. You will have 2 minutes to prepare. Then we will move everyone to their starting positions. The older mage announced, while the other mage started to lay out a mat on the ground that had all sorts of fancy symbols drawn on it. All right, what can everyone use for skills? With so many mages, it will be difficult to just turtle. They will target me pretty quickly, Carl asked. The joys of being the new guy. They'll all be gunning for you because you're the only leader who doesn't know what he's doing. I'm assuming that you've been training for this since we got here. But the other leaders are all in the 2nd and 3rd year. As far as skills go, I can create fog or magic missiles, Dana explained, then swept her dark curls back from her face to tie them in a ponytail. We're all common warriors, and we've all got the same 2 skills, slash and guard. It's a thing that apparently happens every year because guard is the most common skill, and slash is easy to teach, one of the warriors explained. All right, what does guard do exactly? At your level, that is. I'm not worried about how the dragon bulwark uses it in the movies, Carl replied. The students laughed at the thought that they might eventually manage to use the guard skill at the overlord level to create a
I told you I'd gain it
extend
back.
a whole city block.
I told you I'd gain it
It
back.
covers
I
an
was right
octagon
too.
about 3 meters across. It will take a couple of spells for the others to knock down.
Give me another relic.
But
Dang.
if the attacking team leaders target one of us, we're pretty much screwed, the boy explained. Carl nodded. I expected as much. Does everyone remember the Gladiator movies? The triple line formation in the turtle shell? When we're attacked, form up to create an overlapping wall with your shields. And only when we're in trouble, use guard to block them out. Staying close together will make us harder to find, as long as we're not in an open field, while Dana and I will have to be on the offense unless they charge us. Dana sighed. You know, magic missile uses a lot of
I don't really
mana.
like this
I
deck
can't
that
do it
much, to be honest.
The fog is easier, though. I'm pretty good at the fog. Is there natural fog where we're going? Carl asked. The others all shook their heads. Then save it until we're under attack. I don't want them to find us because of the fog itself. How fast does it cast? Carl inquired. Dana frowned. About 10 meters radius per minute, slowing as it expands. If we want to use it effectively, it will take time. Time is up. Everyone, prepare to transport. The mage shouted.
Wait, that's not the end. You've just had a free
This is
taste.
kind of a bad
Now get the full story on the Pocket FM
one.
app.
I don't like
Video
this.
and playlist. And don't forget to like,
This
share,
one.
and subscribe.
There will make our fight as long as we're in field. And I will have to be on the offense unless they charge us. Dana sighed. You know, magic uses a lot of money. I can't do it much. Fog easier though. Pre-fog. Is there natural fog where we're going? Carl asked. The others all shook their heads. Then save it until we're under attack.
I don't want them to find us because of the fog itself. How fast does it cast?
Carl inquired. Dana frowned.
About 10 meters radius per minute, slowing as it expands. If we want to use it effectively, it will take time.
Time is up. Everyone, prepare to transport.
The maid shouted. Suddenly, they were standing knee-deep in swamp water, with a slight mist on the surface and thick trees all around them.
Does the kin give out cards?
Everyone else crouched down in the water near that stand of trees.
Hold on.
Deep water. It's of rocks and wild, but they and hid with no reels and numbers and shoulders on.
Scout the area for time. They black clothing. Let's see in 5 minutes.
He whispered. See how loud so you understand what it was. Dana asked.
I do. It's part of my skills. But all the birds don't work.
Carl explained. Birds here, no one's like to find us, so I am the block of resolution. You keep your way in natural. Be the one that's card, because Jan's lost strike. What you're to do.
I wanted to miss at least 2 meters. If we're lucky, they'll find each other first. We can groups.
Carl added. Dana saw how she worked.
This is clever. What's next? Tearing vines from the trees to hide
Okay,
under?
we'll do this straight.
Carl didn't even have to say anything. The warriors immediately got to work pulling some vines free. Not tearing them from the island.
Should I have done that?
Pulling them up so
Should
that
I
they
have
could sit
gotten
a blanket
rest?
of vines over the
Who knows?
groups and pretend they were part of the island. The fog cloud was growing quickly, but the groups were spread out over a square kilometer of swamp, and they weren't alone. There were common grade monsters here as well.
Well, the first
bullfrogs
one
and
has
beetles,
bigger.
who made a lot of noise and distracted the groups that were trying to search for defenders. A few minutes in, hawks swooped down from the sky, landing on the vines that had been pulled over Carl's head, and then disappeared into his taming space.
I'm full. I'm going to nap now.
He announced.
Did you eat bullfrogs instead of working?
Carl asked.
I worked. Nobody is coming this way. 2 of the other coat people are close together, and the others are all going that way.
The bird replied as it settled into the nest.
Hawk says that the other 2 defender groups started close together, and everyone else is headed that way. So it's 3 on 2 on the other side of the area. They likely won't come looking for us until that fight is over. Is there anything that we can do to help Dana keep up her energy and expand that fog?
Carl whispered.
Nothing. It's not too draining though. I just need to keep focusing on it. By the time that they come looking for us, it will be big. But if they don't lose people, they will be able to just walk in a line and find us.
The warriors shrugged. That was actually fine by them. The ranged attackers wouldn't be able to see the fight from more than a few meters away, and they were close combat fighters anyhow. Being found at the last moment was just what they wanted.
Hawk, go rest up in the trees. Keep an eye out for other groups while you rest, since you can't keep your appetite under control between meals.
Carl instructed.
Fine, I will go watch.
The bird was going to need some sort of discipline training soon, Carl decided. But he had no idea how to train an intelligent monster who would work to keep working hard and not give up opportunity. The fact that it had managed to take 100 people down shoes and return unharmed was a good sign that the Wind Speed Hawk's power was growing quickly, though. Much faster than was normal for the species, and Carl was quite certain that it had to do with their bond. There was far too much that he didn't know about this power.
Oh, I shouldn't
But
have
as
done that
Hawk
one.
settled into the tree and began diligently watching the ongoing battles with his keen vision, and relaying the play-by-play back to Carl, he began to understand a little more. Hawk did what he wanted and whined constantly for more food, as was the way for all baby birds. But when Carl actually gave him an order, the bird obeyed. It was just that Carl didn't give enough orders or enough details, so Hawk could take full advantage to twist them in the way that he wanted. Like the first mission, to scout and return. He did exactly that, and probably didn't miss much during the seconds that it took to ambush the bullfrog. Then he promptly tried to take a nap because it wasn't forbidden. And that was what a hawk naturally wanted to do after eating. When they were training with the mages, Hawk never acted up, but Carl was giving him instructions every few seconds to keep him in place to block the sections that he couldn't cover himself. Without the open-ended orders,
I'd rather do this
the
one.
problem didn't exist.
Okay.
The fight on the other side is almost over. The old one has taken away most of the people, but there are 4 young people headed south now. They're not coming this way yet, but they're looking for something.
Hawk informed him. Hawk says that the others are headed south after their battle. Only 4 are left, and they're following the edge of the designated area. Carl whispered to the others. Only 4? One of the warriors behind Carl asked.
Yeah, I'm not sure which 4 yet. I will try to get details, but for now, I have an idea.
Carl added.
Oh, this guy.
The rest of the group eagerly waited for anything that didn't involve crouching in a fetid swamp to become the new plan. We will keep up the fog expansion from the same point, but we are moving. They know where the extent of the combat zone is, so we are going to hide and wait for them to search the fog, then return and let the time elapse.
Wait, that's not the end. You've just had a free taste. Now get the full story on the Pocket FM app, link in description. Check out our next video and playlist, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Wait, but that's not on.
Without the open-ended orders, the problem didn't exist.
The fight on the other side is almost over. The old one has taken away most of the people, but there are 4 young people headed south now. They're not coming this way yet, but they're looking for something.
Hawk informed him. Hawk says that the others are headed south after their battle. Only 4 are left, and they're following the edge of the designated area. Carl whispered to the others. Only 4? One of the warriors behind Carl asked.
Yeah, I'm not sure which 4 yet. I will try to get details, but for now, I have an idea.
Carl added.
Well.
The rest of the group eagerly
Well, I guess we shall begin. I think you're already losing, though.
Swamp to become the new plan. We will keep up the fog expansion from the same point, but we are moving. They know where the extent of the combat zone is, so we are going to hide and wait for them to search the fog, then return and let the time elapse. Defending the flag doesn't have to mean fighting at all. We can frustrate them to death, Carl remarked. From a comfortable chair in a small hut on the edge of the academy grounds, the old mage watched the scene in the training grounds in a crystal ball.
Okay.
That new leader is sneaky. I like the way he thinks, but he might be too afraid of combat,
he noted. Sergeant Rita snorted and shook her head. No, he's just avoiding any extra work.
Perfect.
See the hawk he's got up in the trees? The 2 of them can communicate. He's playing cat and mouse with the other team because he knows there is a timer, and they won't double back on an area they've just searched. If they don't catch the trick, the time is going to run out with his people just sitting in the swamp, she explained. The younger mage nodded. His task was to protect the flag for the duration of the match, not eliminate the attackers. It is a valid strategy. It reminds me of when we collected that grimoire from the Talion temple, and then just sat on the beach for a week drinking margaritas until the search teams moved on.
Heal 25. So that would be 70? So I'd be at 70?
Their world had a rich history of magic to go along with the dangers of the magical beasts that lived in it.
I'm gonna upgrade.
As culture shifted, The magically adept had gathered into their own enclaves and left large parts of the world to rely on developing technology to survive. When they did survive, that was. Many of the magical societies in the ancient past had believed that the human population shouldn't exceed a few million for the entire planet. In order to keep the game preserves and rare species that they used as hunting grounds and reagents for their spells intact, so behind nomad and such weapons were eliminated, they didn't take any action to prevent the disasters. That got all over in the histories, described as the alliation, the magic users ending their to everyone else. That was because the fighters completed political trickery, instrument to helping the civilization survive. While they developed
Sure?
enough
Because
technology
I don't remember who the kin is. Who's the kin? Oh, this guy. I hate this guy.
Hiding behind trees as the attackers moved through the fog, and then waited as Hawk relayed their efforts to double-check the area. As the foggy area in the swamp was not only suspicious, it was the perfect hiding place for a group of warriors who didn't want to engage in ranged combat. Among the 4 attackers, there were 2 group leaders, who were both warriors with ranged attacks, and 2 first-year mages. It was a well-balanced group of survivors, but they were outnumbered by the defenders and couldn't afford to be caught from behind if they missed someone. They've moved. I
might as well do it now.
Larger than a bird. One of the leaders whispered, "If your skill says so, then we can keep going. But I think that they will return once they believe that we are gone. So let's circle back." The other agreed. The mages weren't particularly happy about wading through swamp water all morning, but they got extra credit for just being part of the special training program, a reward for top-performing students. So they weren't going to complain and risk getting switched out. The attacking group headed north to check for the hiding spot of the last defenders, and Carl prepared to give the order to move again. "There are only 15 minutes left," one of the warriors whispered. "In that case, we wait right here. Hawk says they're going north, so they're not likely to find us at all." The group silently waited as the attackers moved north. Then, with 10 minutes left in the match, they turned back south, moving more quickly and searching for the last defenders. "They're coming back. Hawk says they're almost to the fog now," Carl relayed as their scout explained the change. They were deep in the fog when one of the 2 leaders noticed the disturbed routes and groaned in frustration. "They hit here at the start, but they must have heard us coming and moved. They're not north or east. This is almost at the western edge, so they have to be south," he whispered to his team. "So, we search for them in the fog again?" one of the mages asked. "No, they should be outside of it. The fog hasn't spread that far. Just don't let them ambush us, because they might have split up to set a trap instead of being in a tight formation." The attack group moved cautiously, but they were moving directly toward the spot where Carl had hidden the defenders. Unlike the first spot in the swamp, they were not in the water here. They were lying among the thick foliage on relatively dry ground, counting on Hawk's warning to prevent them from being caught in a disadvantageous position. "Hawk, once the fight begins, you attack with rend from above, but keep your distance. They can attack back, and I don't want you getting hit," Carl instructed.
Alright, only
Then Carl
100
whispered
left,
to his team,
so...
"Once we spot them, everyone to their feet. Turtle formation. Dana, prepare your attack spell, and I will as well. Go for the leaders first. They're the real threat. We will leave the mages to Hawk, since they likely can't take a hit." The warriors smirked. They hadn't seen Carl in action yet, but he had to have something going for him if he had been picked as a substitute team leader for the day. The attackers came into sight, and the defense group rose to their feet, forming up and lifting their shields. "They're in a full circle formation. It looks like they're onto your tricks,"
one of the warriors quietly joked. The other had managed to master a movement technique that would allow him to move with incredible speed for a few seconds, so he could attack from unexpected angles. Carl, of course, had no idea. He had set the turtle shell in case the mages had tricks up their sleeves, so that the team could create a full dome of protection with guard.
Wait, that's not the end. You've just had a free taste. Now get the full story on the Pocket FM app, link in description. Check out our next video and playlist, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Dang, I think, am I losing?
Now! Both team leaders ordered at the same
No,
time,
I got this.
and guard barriers went up so in sync that 2 blinding sword lights tore across the intervening gap, and 6 red streaks came down from the sky toward the
Got
mages'
it.
backs.
Let's go. Let's hit it
Slashed
again.
uppercut toward the
Oh wait,
attackers,
no I didn't.
sending his own rend attack into the incoming sword light. The collision
Was that just
dissipated
Act
the
2?
claws, but dimmed the light of the sword attacks
That
before
was
the
Act
second
1?
rend stopped them entirely.
How did I get that many
Warriors on
relics in
Carl's
Act
team
1?
smiled in victory as Hawk's attacks took down both the
How did
mages,
I get so many relics?
activating the defensive charm on their uniforms and sending them out of the battle. What
Oh,
the heck
it's
just happened?
I know
One
how.
of the attackers shouted, unaware that they had been ambushed. They looked around frantically, unsure of where the next attack would come from. Hawk was still in the trees behind them, unwilling to fly out and make himself a target if he didn't have to. It distracted them for just long enough that Carl could launch 2 more attacks.
Honestly,
of his own,
like,
forcing
I've
them
been
to
vibing
defend,
with my
while
strikes.
Dana prepared her magic missiles.
So I've got these strike updates.
She took longer than most
Upgrades.
to cast them, but when she
People
did,
people
her
hating on
strength was
strikes.
much
Strikes are
better
pretty
than
good.
average.
What?
The attacking team leaders couldn't do anything about
What
the
does this
magical
mean?
projectiles, as their blades were already out of position from trying to parry Carl's rend. They took the hits,
What does that mean?
absorbing them with their enhanced physiques, then jumped sideways to dodge the next attack by Hawk.
What does
That's
that
just
mean?
low. How did you trick the monsters into being on your side? The boys complained. While
Carl has a pet hawk? It's the talk of the first-year dorms.
Dana joked. Their banter was interrupted as they were all surrounded by glowing magic and moved to the staging area where they had started the battle. The match is over. I let you chat for a moment, but the victory goes to Defense Team 5. The older mage announced. How did we lose? The attackers demanded. You might not have noticed, but there were more than 2 sets of rending claws in the air when you evaded. You jumped right into the second set, and my defensive magic absorbed it for you, so it didn't flay your backs open. You, Carl, was it? How long will it take for your hawk to get back here? The mage added. Carl focused on his taming space, and Hawk appeared, disgruntled about having been left behind. The training area was part of the circle around the academy, though, so he had only been a kilometer away and could have been back in a matter of minutes. If I didn't call him, only a few minutes. We were only transported a kilometer or so. That is an incredible spell, by the way, Carl replied. The younger mage smiled at Carl's enthusiasm. It is a magical item that came from an ancient ruins. The ability to transport more than one student at a time allows for a much more immersive experience. But the protective magic is entirely the providence of the senior professor.
No.
Well, we should get you all washed off.
That's a
It's
fine
not
card.
often
It's
that a team
fine.
decides to actually hide in the swamp. Normally, they choose a more stand-up fight on dry land. But I must say, that ambush was masterful. They didn't even realize that they were under attack until the mages were already eliminated. Sergeant Rita added. Yes, while the laundry team might not appreciate your ingenuity, the execution was flawless. I think that the young sergeant had been recommendation.
An ambush specialist to the
I'm
team
good. I don't really need that
leaders.
right now.
Warriors and mages who knew each other's style was a bit dull. The old mage agreed. Sergeant Rita nodded.
All right, everyone. Get cleaned up. The bonus will be added to your student cards before you're back to your rooms. Good work, everyone. It's been a long time since we had so many winners and
Okay,
such
that's
a
fine.
challenging fight.
Carl's team walked a little more proudly as they returned to the base.
Ah.
The extra credits could get them some cool stuff for their rooms, little luxuries, or even more special treatment in the academy. This group didn't really need that. They were already recognized as worthy of the extra training, but they were quite intrigued as to how the academy had
Excuse
known
me.
that
I
Carl
like
was going to
energy.
be so outstanding right from the start.
Is there any card I don't want? I
It
feel
had
like
to
there
be
might
that
be.
rending claw skill. That was deadly, and he could block the attacks of 2 awakened rank team leaders at once without exhausting himself. The fact that there was also Hawk, who could do the same, was just an unfair advantage in the mind of the other students. What sort of class gave you a combo set right from the start? But if they got to be on his team again, there was a chance that they would get the extra bonus at least once more this semester. So far, all of their battle ended in a Pyrrhic victory, with the attackers only having a few remaining students when the fight was over. The cumulative student got the same. Lester decided they could do what deserved, so they all got the bonus with a huge victory for their pockets.
How about we meet at the study hall after we shower? There are some good places to relax and study for the afternoon.
The
If you'd
crab.
like to join us.
Okay.
One of the warriors
So
asked.
that means
Dana smiled.
I'm gonna
3
need.
classes do you have at once, so it would be the skill that you use. Carl already knows this. In theory class, handy to you. You know, private class. Dana admitted with just show face. I have skill interception in the morning, martial arts in the afternoon, and then Sergeant asks me lessons as she sees fit. It's not really class, just a bit of study on things I should know, like monster anatomy. Carl explained.
Well, you've got it better than Dana. He's got miracle magic practice and she's modern dance and cosmetology all through.
Dana blushed, gave the cute mage an assessing look. She wasn't the sort of stunning beauty that would grow into a supermodel, but even covered in she was sort of that you just wanted to hug on sight. How he had missed the first day, he had idea. Perhaps was side effects of the pain injection. That's right. There's only one reason she'd have to take it and cosmetology so early in her year. He wanted to be a celebrity. She never want to or not.
If you're glad, you listeners have shattered dreams they want to live through the students. It's hell.
Dana muttered. I'm not sure I have good eyeshadow and lipstick, but when you in the study spot, I've got a book waiting for me to read them. Carl agreed.
Wait, that's not the end. You just have a story on the FM app. Linked. Check out our video and listen for like, share, and subscribe.
He was fresh outward, and the form was sent along. Carl headed down to the meeting spot, where he complained waiting.
Feels like the other 2 canceled on us. Their combat teacher met them on the way down, and he took them for some additional training after he heard that they were getting so good with guard skills.
She explained. Well, then there will be more room for us to study. What do you have to work on today? Carl asked.
Mana theory. It's one of the big ones for the mage class. Both to grow our own mana pool and to reduce the casting cost of the spells that we know. At first, we're really in a efficient, but it gets better all the time. The idea is that as we get better, most mages will get some insight into new spells or skills. It's just part of the mage class. Then, we can use that to expand our spell book without having to learn the spells in class, which is way faster. And the ones you get from insight tend to grow faster and more powerful, which will help rank up. She explained. That actually sounds like a lot of work. Mostly, I just need to practice my fighting skills and my physical abilities so that I can keep up with my growth. At least, that is it for now. They don't know anything about the class marking that I got, so unless I get an insight like the mages do, I will only have the one skill. But it grows more powerful as Hawk does. My body does as well. The stronger he grows, the stronger I grow. Carl replied with a smile. Well, that's both a tough break and a huge win. You get stronger just by existing and training your pet. No intense study needed. But only having one skill would be a bit limiting eventually. They walked in silence for a few seconds. Then Dana pointed to a pathway that led into a garden. That's where we're going. There are a bunch of gazebos with tables there, and we can do our study. Once I get a few more credits, I'm totally getting one of the Academy laptops or a tablet. It will be so much easier than handwriting these notes all the time. I don't think that I've used a pen that much since elementary school. But the mage teaching staff and books are the way to go. Book after book handwritten lunch. Carl laughed. The majority of electronic devices had only come about in the last 20 or 30 years. So anyone who was over 60 tended to favor pen and paper. And some of the mages from the old tradition, before the divine injection, were hundreds of years old. They were not going to change their ways anytime soon. Even if printing pages made for much more legible tomes and diagrams that everyone could clearly read. Dana led them to a small gazebo, tucked into an alcove in the hedge maze. And when they sat down, the enchanted bushes grew around the small building, blocking them from passing students and giving them privacy to study. This is wonderful, and it smells so good. Carl sighed, thinking of both the coal dust at home and the filth of the swamp. Yeah, lilacs are my favorite to begin with, so it's difficult to beat this place. Dana agreed with a smile as she set out her textbooks across from him. Carl set out his current study guide on common monsters around the academy. This was the book that all the groups who got required to memorize. Sergeant Rita had made it well, even though she had no intention of letting him go. What he wanted was all the these monsters, so they really was moved. Once he had that, Carl achieved her promise to find him another monster cub to try to add to his collection. One that's more durable than Hawk. Studying monsters was fun, but between the smell of lilacs and whatever shampoo Dana had used, Carl was finding it difficult to focus. Hawk didn't care at all, as he found his nest more comfortable than the lilac bushes were likely to be. But Dana smelled wonderful, and her presence in this private gazebo
I can't even buy anything.
had Carl more flustered than he would care to admit.
That's what I'm talking about.
But he did his best not to be a creep and work on his studies, carefully making notes about each of the monsters in the area that might be somewhat worthwhile, while memorizing the others in case he ran into them in the future. The more that he knew, the more likely that the sergeant was to relent on her stance of keeping him here for training instead of letting him go outside. Not that the academy wasn't beautiful or well equipped, but Carl had rarely been outside the mining town while he was growing up, and he had seen many kilometers of wilderness on their way here. Just getting to see it with a group would be an adventure, like the camping trip that his father promised on that mythical day off that he never got. The two studied silently for hours,
until the sky started to change colors as sunset approached.
Well, that's our cue to go back inside. If we don't get going soon, it will be dark before we get to dinner, and they don't like any of the academy grounds except the paths between buildings.
Dana sighed, annoyed to have to stop her work. You seemed really into your studies, Carl noted.
Yeah, the other two are good combat partners, but lousy study partners. They don't take anything seriously, and they never stop talking. Just being able to sit and study is a pleasant change.
She agreed. As soon as they packed their things and stood, the bush around the gazebo opened again, allowing them access to the maze. But the moment that they stepped out, the world got incredibly dark, as if the sun had already set an hour ago, and the gazebo had been providing its own light.
Crap, I can't see anything,
Dana muttered.
I think it's just because we're behind the bushes and in a cloud shadow. Once we're back outside, it should be better. But I can see just fine, so if you take my hand, we should be able to make it out,
Carl suggested. Dana's hand bumped his arm, then slid down to clutch at his fingers, and Carl realized just how dark it probably was to anyone else. None of the colors that he could see were ones he had names for, but the light was coming from the grass under their feet. It must be a form of bioluminescence that was outside the normal human range of sight.
Oh my
Which
goodness.
meant that the
Okay.
darkness here was likely unnatural. They hadn't mistaken the time. Someone had cast a darkness spell on the maze. Dana's hand was surprisingly soft and warm in his as Carl led the way back down the path, and her breathing was becoming more frantic as she nearly stumbled in the grass. Don't worry, I've got you. Just relax and follow my steps, Carl whispered. Dana moved to his side, so Carl wrapped his arm around her shoulders, not letting go of her hand as they made the last few corners to exit the maze. Their spot hadn't been far in, with little chance of getting lost in the maze itself, but the walk had still been quite the pleasant memory. Dana sighed with relief when they made it back into the fading evening light. But she didn't move to step away from Carl until they heard someone softly laughing nearby, behind one of the trees. Congratulations! You were the first ones out of the maze of romance, and such a cute young couple as well. The person behind the tree laughed.
Maze of romance?
Dana asked softly. Didn't you know? This is the Academy's most famous makeout spot, thanks to the hidden bushes. We cast a darkness spell over them whenever we get bored to see who comes out as a couple, who leaves their partner behind, and who thinks that darkness blocks sounds and takes things one step further. The senior classmates went. Dana blushed, but Carl had a brilliant idea. He leaned over, whispering in her ear. If everyone believes that we're coming here to make out, nobody will bother our studies. We can be here all night and nobody will try to stop us. For a second, she actually fell for the trick. Then she looked up at Carl and her cheeks blushed a little darker as she realized what he was actually suggesting. The two of them, alone in the Academy's top spot for couples. It would be a scandal among the mage class students, and the boys of the warrior classes next to them would certainly whine about her and Carl being together, meaning that the other boys didn't have a chance. But she didn't want any of them, and Carl seemed content to let her actually study, at least most of the night.
Get it,
Dana
Carl.
pushed the thoughts of what they might do during the times they weren't studying, and nodded her agreement with his plan.
Tomorrow is an off day. We can come back after practice to study.
Alright, let's
She
see.
whispered back. In that case, I will pack lunch. The two of them turned to leave, just as the sound of two people arguing came from near the exit of the maze. Whatever couple was coming out next was not happy with each other. But neither Carl nor Dana was interested in other students' drama tonight. They didn't even notice that they were still holding hands until Dana turned toward her unit in the dormitory.
Is that doing less?
And was briefly pulled back by her grip.
Sorry, I forgot.
I will see you in the morning, she stammered, then ran down the hall to her room.
Wait,
Oh, it's because of the
that's not
vicar.
the end. You've just had a free taste. Now get the full story on the Pocket FM app. Link in description. Check out our next video and playlist. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Every beast I tame makes me stronger, if they don't kill me first. The others mocked my bond, but my beast pets and I will rise from their laughter. Ugh, you got ash on my coat, you little coal runt. A massive bully hurled me across the concrete like a rag doll. Laughter erupted from the crowd of wealthy students closing in around me. Edgar flicked the ash from my clothes back at my face. How'd you get the money to pay for this initiation? Don't you know the injection can kill unworthy peasants like you? Today was the day of my divine injection. If it didn't kill me, then I could gain a superhuman ability and enroll in the Golden Divine Academy. I was hoping to get my luck for once. Then I noticed that my prized letter had fallen out of my pocket. No! I reached for it. His boot came hard on my hand before I could touch it.
Damn.
Pain surged through my arm.
What's
this? He snatched it up
I just
and read
wasted
aloud.
that card.
Good luck, Carl. Don't worry about the money. I poured the rest of my savings into your divine injection because I believe in you. Do it for your Lila and me. Love, Mom. The crowd broke into laughter. I shouted, "Give it back!" Edgar pushed me back with his boot. Your poor mother. She's going to regret wasting all that on you. Suddenly another voice called out, "Leave him alone and hand it over." It was Dana. She stepped in and shoved Edgar back. Dana was my one and only childhood friend. She was also the most beautiful girl in town, with gray eyes that never flinched, even in front of Edgar. Edgar stared at her, then tore the letter and let the pieces flutter to the floor. There, take it. No. I dropped to my knees, scooping up the scraps. Dana knelt beside me, helping gather them. Don't let him get to you, Carl. Then the intercom blared overhead. Section B, report to your testing bays. My heart pounded. It was time for the serum injection. It could either kill me or make me powerful. I held the pieces of the letter to my chest. Please, let this change everything. Edgar smirked. Showtime. Ash wipe. In line, I watched the students in front of me exit their injection rooms, one by one. Dana went in,
Can't really do
then
anything
stepped out
about
a
it.
minute later. Her eyes glowed faintly.
Except for
A
attack.
silver moon-shaped mark gleamed on her chest. She was awakened as a mage. Congratulations, you're going to the Golden Divine Academy.
Let's go.
An official handed her a folder as she walked past. I grinned and pumped my fist for her. Then someone shoved me hard from behind. It was Edgar, and he had changed too. He now had a warrior's mark on his chest. I'm going to the Golden Divine Academy, loser. Where are you going after this? Back to the mines? Maybe to the morgue? I didn't respond, because I was next. The door sealed behind me with a hiss. A tall official in a white coat motioned me over without looking up from his digital pad. Sit, left arm out. I lowered myself onto the cold med bed and rolled my sleeve up. This was it. Everything my mother had scraped together. Everything
I'm
left of
very
our family
content
name.
with my deck
My one
right
chance
now.
to escape my life of
My
poverty
deck.
in the mines. The official tapped the syringe.
Wait, hold
Deep
on.
breath, please. I closed my eyes.
Why does it keep going back to this one?
Once he was fresh, stammered. Carl was nearly too
I
excited to
don't
sleep
understand
that
why
night.
it keeps going back to
And he
like
was
the
at breakfast first
original.
thing in the morning, just after the sun came up, deciding that it must be somewhat
That's how I know
acceptable
it's
to leave
it,
his
because
room.
it starts going.
But he wasn't the only one that was excited about their first day off since arriving at the academy. And the common areas were already packed with students.
Alright, we'll
planning what
rest.
they
We'll
were going
get
to
some
do for
rest
the day.
here.
The consensus was that they should explore every bit of the grounds today, so that they could find all the best spots for the next time that they had a bit of time off. But that would put a serious damper on his plans for a calm day of studying with Dana.
I
She
need that
joined him while
one.
he was eating, looking just as tired as he felt after a sleepless night.
Oh,
It looks like we
I like
misjudged
that
the
one
best spot to
too.
study today.
Dana greeted him as she sat down with a bowl of oatmeal and a beverage that was so incredibly
Oh, I'm
bright
just
green
gonna keep
that Carl was
losing.
certain it must be toxic.
Fuck.
She softly giggled at the concerned look on his
Alright.
face, then sipped the drink.
It's an
There's
energy
no
drink,
way.
and
Now
they
I
keep
gotta
them in
be
the
very
fridge over there for
careful.
students who spend too much time awake studying.
It's
Okay.
not as bad as it looks.
I got it.
She explained. Carl nodded reluctantly. They had
Reluctantly
them at the corner
crouched
store at home,
at the starting
but he'd
line.
never seen one that color before. The miners liked the ones that were mixed with coffee or juice, depending which side of their shift they were on. Carl tapped his mug. I will stick with coffee, thanks. But if it's going to be far too loud to study in the garden, why don't we go to the patio in my room? It's plenty large enough, and there is a spell that isolates it from the rest of the campus.
Oh my gosh.
It's perfectly silent, and there is a good table out there. That actually sounds really pleasant. My room is incredibly loud. You can hear the explosions from the students on 3 sides practicing. And I swear, if it was any worse, you could hear them breathing. Neither of them noticed the many envious glances they were getting as they left the cafeteria, or the flurry of conversations surrounding whether they had known each other before they arrived at the academy, or if they had met for the first time on the way in. With all the studying that they needed to do during
Deals
the first few weeks
25
here,
damage. That's really good
gossip
though.
was all that the students had time for to distract themselves. The students were taken straight from school to the academy, so they had none of their old belongings with them except what they had at class. Some of the students from the larger towns had brought packed school backpacks full of memories, and they had to cram it all into
No,
the
I should do
academy
shrug
issued
it off while I
backpack
have
when
it,
they
because I'm
left
not
the
gonna have
train.
it later.
But Carl hadn't actually owned anything worth keeping. The only real restriction that the elites advised in advance was to not bring clothing, as the chosen students
Okay,
would be
we do
required
that.
to be
We do
in
that,
uniform at
Power.
the academy, and outfits would be provided
Nice.
for special events. There was a single picture up on the wall, and the upgraded furniture in the room when Carl moved in. So at least his room wasn't as bare as some of them were, but it was the patio greenhouse that he was hoping would impress Dana the most. She stopped off quickly to get her books from her room and followed Carl into his suite, staring in surprise at the dark colors and padded leather bed frame. Well, this is, unique. I take it that there is room to study on the patio? She asked. Plenty. After you. Carl replied with a smile and pulled the curtains open. Dana's
Don't have
eyes
much
lit
here.
up as she saw the plants outside, and she rushed out onto the balcony to take a look. Hey, this is a moonberry tree, and one of the fruits is ripe. She gasped as she stopped under a tree with small fruits that were slowly turning from green to white. Oh yeah, I meant to look that up and pick it when it was ready.
Okay, here we go.
Do you
Let's kill them
know that
all.
fruit? Carl asked. Moonberries are supposed to be super healthy and good for the brain. I saw them one time being brought to a fancy restaurant downtown. She replied. Then go ahead and pick it. We can split it as a snack.
1, 2,
Carl
3, 4,
She
5,
reverently
6,
pulled the
7.
fruit down and followed Carl down the path through the trees and bushes to the gazebo with the table. These gazebos are really popular here, aren't they? It's the same style as the maze, she noted. The chairs are comfortable though, so I can see why they picked it. The greenhouse, as they call the garden out here, has been passed down between residents of the balcony suites. I didn't bring any of this. I just water it and pick up the leaves for drying, since most of the magical plant leaves are good for something. Dana looked out over the school grounds and smiled. It really is absolutely silent here. I can see the students walking under us, but I don't hear a thing. This is a
Crazy.
fantastic study spot. Carl smiled and opened his tactics textbook, the next in the stack of lessons that Sergeant Rita had left for him to do in his out-of-class time. This one would have been useful to have read before yesterday, which made him wonder if he was actually slacking too much on his studies. She hadn't set any sort of due date for anything, and she wasn't giving him tests, so he hadn't thought about it. But perhaps she was, and the training lessons were the tests. Carl felt like a bit of an idiot for not having at least read the
I need
titles of all the
lots
books
of
he was given.
rest. I need even
If he
more
had
rest
known
than
what
that.
they were, he
Oh
could
wait,
have
I'm
read
gonna
the
get
ones that
more
seemed
going
most
in there
likely to
because
be
I've got this
needed for
one.
the next day in
Sweet.
advance.
Because I'm gonna need all the help I
Wait,
can get.
that's not the end. You've just had a free taste. Now get
Okay.
the full story on the Pocket FM app. Link in description. Check out our next video and playlist, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Dana cut the moonberry fruit into pieces, and they snacked as they studied the morning away, feeling instantly refreshed every time they
I ain't
ate
got
another piece.
nothing. I ain't got nothing.
The tree only had a dozen or so fruits,
Literally
so it
nothing.
wouldn't be possible to eat them every day. But one every off day to wipe away the stress and fatigue of the week didn't sound bad at all. The tactical manual was incredibly boring to read, and Carl was a quick study with the help of a refreshed
Okay,
mind
so I do have
and
vigor.
Hawk's input on the best ways to hunt prey. So his mind began to wander. There were so many different plans here, and while he had looked through the journal, he didn't memorize the use of all of them, especially the ones that didn't have any fruit on them at the moment. So he switched books, reading through the details of the journal on the greenhouse instead.
There's no way I'm
And
gonna
discovering that there were a lot more fruits like the
be able to win
blueberry.
this one.
But most importantly,
So I got
there
no
were a variety of
defense. I got no
teas,
defense.
tonics, and potions that could be made with the
There's
various
no
plants.
way. Like I'm
Though
already
some
losing.
required a particular magical affinity. The previous resident had been what the seniors called a witch, and she had been quite adept at brewing potions. But Carl had very little experience with that. His kitchen at home wasn't big enough for more than one person to work in at a time, so he hadn't ever tried to usurp his mother's position making breakfast, and 2 of his meals a day were provided by the school and the mine, respectively. Pre-cooked and ready to eat. That was one of the advantages of working a short
Should have
shift in the mine
upgraded
yard
that.
after
That was
school.
on me.
You got a guaranteed hot meal, and it would be portioned for a hard-working adult. As he searched through the textbook, he noticed that Dana was getting increasingly excited and beginning to glow slightly with some sort of magical effect. She had already learned one spell other than her initial magic since she arrived at the academy, and it looked like she was about to grasp another. He didn't actually know how fast spells were usually learned, but from the chatter in the common areas and cafeteria, it sounded like most of the students were still working on their initial spell, trying to master it before moving on. But according to the cook and the guard on the train, everyone had different capabilities. So maybe Dana was one of the fastest learners? The cook made it sound like he had never managed to get through even the basics of the spells he could have learned, due to a lack of aptitude. But she seemed to be the opposite. The easiest way would be to just ask. "You're really moving through the spells. Onto a 3rd one already," Carl remarked. Dana looked up and smiled.
I've got an excellent memory, and while my power isn't as strong as some of the others, I am excellent at new magic. I had my first spell under control before we even left the train, but casting it twice was all I could do. Now, I can get a 3rd casting in, or I can channel the fog slowly. But Gil, the strongest in our class, can cast 5 magic arrows at a time and do it repeatedly. His power is insane, but he's still having trouble controlling the direction and stability of the arrows. So, the early advancement is more about what you're talented in? I can see how having lots of power but no control would become a problem rather quickly in class. But having too little power, like the cook on the train, means that anything else doesn't really matter. They must have high hopes for you if they're setting you up to be a public figure, though, Carl suggested. Dana rolled her eyes.
Well, that's all
The
she
dance
wrote,
instructor
folks.
said that it's because I'm a fast learner. You don't need
Oh my gosh. I should always go for the right one first, because the right one always does that move first. I've played them enough and I always go the left one first. Don't know why. I'm playing this
Carl
again.
chuckled, and Dana raised an eyebrow at him.
What do you think that they're training you for? Not many get a dedicated tutor, and you've got a whole dedicated class schedule. They're obviously grooming you for something special.
They are. Carl, you're so powerful,
First thing
Carl.
that they told me on the train was that it would be better to have a golem to fight for me, And that's how they want to guide the combat mages who can learn it. So they're probably hoping that I will join the military or the government to do monster control. I don't really have a skill set that is good for much except combat or scouting.
Oh, I'm getting those
So that's
relics,
most likely
baby.
the only thing that they could
I'm
do with
getting
me.
them.
And it's a unique class, so I don't even fit into the regular courses. Dana thought about it for a while.
We're doing it.
Hawk learned another skill after you got him, right? I heard from the second-year mages that he
We're
can
doing
use
it.
wind
Okay,
barrier.
you may ignore pass.
Maybe you can teach him to use more skills, or you can learn to use more monster skills. That might make you more versatile. If you could do something like using the ability of the ascended version of that cooling aloe
No,
plant,
we're gonna
you could heal
transform a
wounds.
card.
That would make you into a top medic all on its own.
We are gonna transform a
Carl
block.
looked at the plant. That thing can heal wounds? Dana shook her head. No, that one can treat rashes, sunburn, and numb pain a little. It's really useful.
I
but
hate
it's a
this card.
common-grade magical
Okay, I'm
resource.
starting over.
They sell it at the drugstore and in the supply room downstairs.
I'm starting over. I
There
don't
is
care.
a higher quality
I don't
version of
care.
it, which can reach the ascended
It was
grade.
just already a bad start.
That one can actually cure all sorts of wounds, but not illnesses or disease. I saw it in a nature-related show. Carl's family didn't own a television, so he only ever watched what was on in public, and that was rarely a nature documentary.
Carl was
He
poor.
had
All
taken
right,
a
we
few
get it.
classes
You've
on
made it very
natural
clear with the
botany,
whole mind
but they
thing.
were pretty basic and didn't really cover much on medicinal plants. They were more concerned with the ones that might kill you if you happened across them in the wilderness. Well, I don't know much about raising them, but maybe it's worth looking into how to improve the aloe plant up another rank so that it can treat more wounds. There are plenty of special plants here, but the guide that came with the greenhouse said that they're almost all edible ones. Snacks for residents. Carl explained.
Why does it go so
Snacks
fast?
that might help
Let me
their
read it.
abilities
I can't read
grow,
it that fast.
but still snacks.
See? This
Wait,
is a good
That's
power.
not the end. You've just
They managed to
Wait,
study
that's not the end.
smoothly
You have to
until
click it or else we'll
mid-afternoon,
start
but
at the
they were both
beginning.
too hungry for
Sorry.
more research, and
Making
they
fun
headed
of
down for an
this.
early dinner.
Okay.
I should practice my
2,
stamina training
3,
and
4.
then eat my mana. Can I come to ask? I will do over any Carl Reed. Studying for around, and she knew the strangest thing. There was a friend here at Henry, and the more that he learned the way that he did that, the more Carl got about how he could expand his nation sound like it might be something as a take. Crystal ball trainer that into space, so she connected with that and everything by her inside would be totally contrary to the elites, whose whole goal was self-strengthening. What do you think, Hawk? Is it improves the Carl asked. No, what if it can be bigger? Carl not the place in his life. As he did with London, he orchard house as a payment, right until that was unfortunate to the elites. So when he turned to Dr. Lunch, he lay down in the hammock in the shade of the pair
Got
of
like
coconut
15,000
trees
battles
and
I'm gonna
closed
have to
his
do.
eyes to focus on the bee space. At first, nothing seemed to happen as he tried to envision a pine tree for Hawk to rest in. The space was just there and empty, but Carl could feel that it had the potential to be more. He just didn't know how. The next thing he tried was focusing energy into the space, like when he wanted to use Rend. Adding energy while meditating might improve the space somehow. The energy had to go somewhere.
He frailed me.
Or so he assumed. It felt like that was doing something, but even after an hour, the changes weren't visible. It feels better in here. Keep doing that, Hawk encouraged. That led to Carl channeling energy and meditating on the image of the tree that he
Okay.
wanted to create.
I don't
for
think
Hawk
that
to
was
live in.
worth it right now.
During hour 2,
There was a sprig of a tree growing from the ground near the nest. A single pine branch in the darkness. It really was working, just not instantly as he had hoped. At the end of the night, the tree was almost as tall as he was. But Carl was feeling refreshed and empowered, as if the improvement had granted him some
That power is
extra
pretty
energy.
chill, though, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, that power is actually overpowered.
Today was class day again.
I don't even have to do anything, I love it.
With the mages. The weekend
That's so
seemed to
funny.
have done them all a world of good, and they were all looking much more fresh and ready to practice today than they had been the last time he saw them on Friday. Welcome back, everyone. We have an extra defender with us today. Along with Carl and Hawk, we will have Tori from the graduating class here to help motivate you all. The teacher announced with a smirk. Tori was a tall,
That's a
blonde
crazy
girl,
power,
around
yo.
18 years old. The graduation
So we're
age
just
for the
gonna
academy.
defend until we get that
Ascended
power.
rank, according to her bronze badge. So she would be stronger than any of the students in this class individually, and wore her hair in fancy ringlets, along with a short, pleated uniform skirt that was somewhat rare among the students, as almost everyone preferred the pants. She looked like the sort of girl that should be extremely popular in school, but from the looks on the faces of the students here, either she was one of the mean girls, or she was hated for some other reason. Of course, it could be because they struggled in their classes that made them resentful. But
Excuse
she
me.
was graduating as an ascended mage, so she wasn't some super prodigy that made everyone feel inferior about their skills. Now, are we all ready? Excellent. Begin when you are ready. Carl called Hawk, who flew up into the air, while Tori began to form small blue spheres, one after another, which floated around her in a circle. It was fascinating to watch. She just formed them in her hand, then let go, and they hovered around her, slowly orbiting. Then the attacks began, and Carl realized why everyone in this class disliked her. The orbs released small bolts of magic that intercepted the spells and knocked them off course, or in the case of the weaker mages, nullified them entirely. But the orbs didn't dissipate. They kept slowly sending out more attacks, and the number of them increased as she worked to form more spears. Carl quickly noticed that they did very little to the fire and water mages' attacks, but the solid attacks and the magic missiles had a terrible time trying to stay on course after she intercepted them. The water attacks were fine. Hawk had a personal vendetta against them for flowing around his rend, and that left Carl to deal with the fire mages. After a dozen spheres, Tori stopped making more and had to focus on just maintaining the spell. It would only be a matter of time before she was exhausted, or the spells needed to be refreshed. But currently, a solid 3/4 of the attacks made by the class were being intercepted.
Yep.
Carl was
You
working
got
on
no
pacing himself
chance,
as
bro.
well. He didn't need to overpower the spells to block them. Rend tended to split apart attacks and destabilize them even at lower power outputs.
You got no chance,
That allowed
brother.
him to use far less than full power and still accomplish the blocks. With supervision and a bit of practice, he was getting very good at defending against attacks. But Hawk was improving even more quickly. The small bird was making a mockery of the water mage's attempts to land a hit, and they were starting to get creative in how they used their magic. Finally, one of the mages managed to turn his water bullet into a collection of small raindrops, which hit the target like a shotgun after the rend attack only took out 1/3 of them. The
This
mage
one
had mastered
might
a new
actually be
spell
good.
entirely on his own out of pure frustration.
Wait, that's not the end. You've had 3 days. Now get the full
This one's
story
good.
Pocket FM app link. Check out our next video and playlist. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Look how much split there is. Alright, let's go. Come on, let's go. No, it's too flimsy. I get last one. Come on. Gotta fire up the oven with more wood. All right, what are we gonna do here? Come on, let's see. Okay, we gotta feed these people now. Come on, there you go. Eat your food. Awesome, perfect. Get some money here, okay?
Oh, I think that was actually a bad card.
Let's build a new
I regret
fridge
it.
first so we can carry more wood. All right, perfect. Now everyone's gonna have warm meals for the winter. Haven't played Whiteout Survival yet? Anything can happen here. The whole town is depending on you. Recommended by 300 million people worldwide, and it's completely free with no ads. Claim your code. Enjoy now.
Whiteout Survival. Play free now.
No, I wanted to keep that one. Third.
I married Sebastian for you. How is that not your problem? Just give me my money and I'll go. Now! How dare you raise your voice to me in my house?
After lunch was combat training, the physically taxing counterpart to the mental workout that the morning skill training was. Carl was certain that if they kept this up for much longer, he would be completely exhausted and just operating on autopilot within a few weeks. But Sergeant Rita didn't seem too concerned. Isn't it a bit much to have high-intensity classes all day long? It's only 4 in the afternoon, and I'm so sore that I can barely move. He complained once the training was done for the day. Fortunately, you have the garden on your balcony to help refresh you until your body adapts. Give it a few weeks, and this will be completely natural to you. Rita insisted. Is that even how it works? The sergeant sighed at his whining and helped Carl to his feet. That is precisely how it works. And the harder that you push yourself during the first few weeks, the faster you will adapt to the training schedule. Short-term suffering for long-term gains. Carl sighed. He couldn't actually prove her wrong, but he had a sneaking suspicion that as he got stronger, the training would get harder, so he would never actually get to adapt to the training level. All right, I'll go meditate and get some dinner then. It seems to help with the mental space where Hawk stays. Carl reluctantly agreed. The sergeant didn't argue with him any further. She just took out her notepad to write down her observations about his practice, and the remark about meditation helping. Carl knew that it would likely make it into his routine now that she knew, but it was for the best, as he was going to need it to keep the wind speed hog happy in his living space. Compared to that, the extra effects of growth were just a bonus, as Hawk was very vocal in his mind when it needed or wanted something, so letting it get bored would be a disaster for his mental health. The cafeteria food seemed to be a bit different today. He had ordered the pasta special with a side salad, but the meal tasted a bit different than he remembered, and the energy content was definitely higher. Only a few bites in, Carl was feeling like someone had electrocuted him, and energy was pouring into his body. He finished the meal and was going to go for a jog to burn off some energy, but it seemed like it would be more worthwhile to meditate and try to integrate some of this energy into the taming space. Hawk was the main source of his power and advancement, so the more that he could do to help the beast grow, the better off he would be by the time that he graduated. But Carl was beginning to understand why some classes never managed to advance or even unlock their skills. If he hadn't picked up that egg and found compatibility, would he have ever guessed that petting monsters was the answer? Probably not. You would have to be an idiot to try, and the Academy certainly wouldn't have given him the opportunity to touch a living monster, just on the off chance that it worked and he didn't get killed. Once he settled down in the hammock, his preferred meditation spot, and began to focus the extra energy in his body toward the upgrades for Hawk, he found that the excess was transferred very quickly, and in only an hour, he found himself hungry again. He could meditate as usual, but the tree was growing quickly in that mental space, and there were some blades of grass around it now. If he just kept loading up on energy, he could probably do much better now than he had before. What had changed wasn't clear, but he could ask the kitchen staff if the menu changed.
It might just be the meat from a different monster that was more compatible with him. If that was all that it took, he could request it all the time. The kitchen worker looked at him a bit strangely when he returned so soon after a heavy meal, and Carl gave her an apologetic shrug. It seems that with the breakthrough in my abilities over the weekend, I've got some catching up to do. Even an hour of practice leaves me starving. So I hope you don't mind if I stock up on food to go, Carl explained as he began to load plates. Just tell me what you need and I will bring it up in the service elevator, the older woman informed him with a smile. Did you change the recipe for the pasta special? It seemed different than I remember. He replied, Nope, same ingredient batch as last week. We didn't get anything in for that dish. Did you want to try a selection and see what works for you? I know that some of the classes get a taste for new things as they train. The berserkers in particular like extra spicy foods, and the more powerful they get, the spicier
I think
they
I'm gonna
want.
die.
That sounds like a great idea.
Need some more
If you
black.
could give me a bit of each of the specials to start, I will pick the ones that seem best. Carl agreed. She began to load a plate with a little bit of everything, and Carl took it back to an empty table, where he began to work through them one at a time. The effect was the same as the pasta. His body was just absorbing much more energy from the food than it had been before, and the excess was building up for him to channel into Hawk's surroundings. Carl smiled at the cafeteria lady as he returned his empty plate. I think that the pasta and the meatloaf are the two best specials of the day. But whatever changed in my body, they're all better for my training efficiency. How much do you need for the evening? She asked, lining up plates on her counter. 2 each should be enough for the night. I'll come early in the morning so that I can have a heavy breakfast as well. Carl smiled at the lady again and left.
Wait, that's not the end. You've just had a free taste. Now get the full story.
That sounds like a great idea. If you can give me a bit of each of the specials to start, I will pick the ones that seem best. Carl agreed. She began to load a plate with a little bit of everything, and Carl took it back to an empty table, where he began to work through them one at a time. The effect was the same as the pasta. His body was just absorbing much more energy from the food than it had been before, and the excess was building up for him to channel into Hawk's surroundings. Carl smiled at the cafeteria lady as he returned his empty plate. I think that the pasta and the meatloaf are the two best specials of the day. But whatever changed in my body, they're all better for my training efficiency. How much do you need for the evening? She asked, lining up plates on her counter. 2 each should be enough for the night. I'll come early in the morning so that I can have a heavy breakfast as well. Carl smiled at the lady again and left. The food arrived outside the room at the same time that Carl did, on a small cart pushed by one of the staff members. They had covered the loaded plates with foil to keep the heat in, but Carl could smell it following him down the hall, and Hawk was getting increasingly excited about the idea of both more food and an improvement in his living conditions. You will earn everything in the morning, Carl informed the kitchen staff worker. Just set the cart in the hall with your dishes, and we will come pick it up when we clean the halls. The worker explained. Then she walked back to the elevator, and Carl took everything inside so he could focus on eating and meditation. The food smelled delicious, and even the first serving, which had filled his body with energy to be burned off, wasn't enough to actually sate the hunger. Once he was settled into a comfortable meditation position in the middle of the bed, Carl began to focus on the improvements to the taming
I can
space.
dig at rest stops.
The excess energy was pouring freely from him into the space, causing the tree to grow and the patch of grass underneath to slowly but steadily expand. Once that burst of energy was gone, Carl paused to pick a plate from the pile. The obvious choice would be the pasta, as he knew for sure that it was a good one, and he had it devoured in a matter of minutes. while briefly wondering how much he was going to regret his overindulgence in the morning. The energy flowed into him just as smoothly as it had the first time, and Carl poured it all into the taming space, then repeated the process with the meatloaf special. As he finished transferring the energy from that one into the space, a feeling of fullness, like he wouldn't be able to transfer much more energy, appeared in his mind. That was a good sign that this was not some bottomless pit where he was throwing energy with no end in sight, but the space itself was far from complete. As the space began to resist more transfer, Carl carefully moved the nest up into the tree, so Hawk could have a more natural spot to sleep, and looked at the small grass patch at the bottom. At this rate, it would take months to even fill the rest of the space with grass, much less add a sky and everything else it would need to feel like its own little world. But the feeling of power in his body was being influenced by the abundance of energy, both in his body, left over from the meal, and from the beast or taming space itself. Maybe he could get Sergeant Rita to test his strength next weekend, after he had more time to adjust. He might really have made it to the Oaken standard, and not just based on the Tower of Ren. Now that the beast face was fully sated for the moment, Carl focused on sinking leftover energy. First of it, since it was food-based, was to try giving the excess directly to Hawk. The bird had accepted power, but Carl couldn't tell it was making any appreciable difference. Maybe Hawk had though, so it really wasn't a loss. They were partners now. A happy partner was never a bad thing. For the rest of the night, Carl focused on using all the energy that he could muster to empower Hawk, who had finally reached the end of space, and decided to increase in power, but not in size. Carl managed to finish the remaining 2 meals at breakfast, as Hawk was feeling hungry again and wanted energy in addition to meat and a daily allowance of berries to flavor his food. With the amount that Hawk ate, Carl felt like he restricted the consumption of junk food too much. It made a good seasoning for Hawk's meals. It hurt his appetite, so there was no real reason not to let him use them all the time. On the way back to the patio to wait for Rita, Carl went and picked another 3 mountain gooseberries. Now that you're fully grown, you can have more of the berries. They won't make you stronger, but I know that they taste good. Carl informed the overjoyed Windspeed Hawk.
Good stuff. I will put them on everything.
Hawk agreed. That gave Carl an idea. The meat that Hawk was eating was just plain meat. Normally, the discount cuts that his mother bought would marinate in a sauce overnight. If he squished the gooseberries into a bowl of water and
I do like
threw meat
relics.
in with them,
You know
it
me.
would coat everything, just like Hawk wanted, without running them out of berries. He would set that up tonight, so Hawk's meals would be ready for tomorrow. A knock at the door let him know that it was time to get to work, and when he opened it, he noticed that Sergeant Rita was giving a curious look at the cart full of empty dishes. Something changed in my appetite yesterday. It seems to be back to normal now, but I was just ravenous, and my body was taking in all the energy that it could get. Carl explained. That's relatively normal. It usually happens to warriors when their body advances a rank and needs to adapt to a new power standard. I suspect that you actually made it to the awakened rank in body last night, or Hawk did, and the energy needed to come from you. One of those 2 answers is most likely the correct one. How is his growth coming? Rita replied. He looks fully grown for a Windspeed Hawk. He was growing quickly again last night while I was feeding energy into him and the space in my mind, but then it seemed to settle. Carl called Hawk out onto the bed, and Rita crouched to get a better look at the proudly preening Hawk. He looks more mature now.
The softer feathers are gone, and the pin feathers are larger and stronger than the last time I saw him. Your skill is brilliant. 1 week to bring a wind-speed hawk to maturity. Even if your ability was just to train combat birds, I can guarantee that the Academy would still rate it as a top-notch success. She looked at Carl and smiled.
Wait, that's not the end. You've just had a free taste. Now get the full story on the Pocket FM app, link in description. Check out our next video and playlist, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Our fur family had the best care while we were away.
What?
Wonderful sitter. She treated our cat like her own. Best boarding and care in the area. For loving pet care in your neighborhood, book with Rover today.
With SafeLight, you can get that fixed now and pay later.
Fix now, pay later?
SafeLight offers flexible payment options and anywhere mobile service, so you can get it fixed here, or here, and pay later. Go to SafeLight.com today.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
Without running them out of berries. He would set that up tonight, so Hawk's meals would be ready for tomorrow. A knock at the door let him know that it was time to get to work, and when he opened it, he noticed that Sergeant Rita was giving a curious look at the cart full of empty dishes. Something changed in my appetite yesterday. It seems to be back to normal now, but I was just ravenous, and my body was taking in all the energy that it could get. Carl explained. That's relatively normal. It usually happens to warriors when their body advances a rank and needs to adapt to a new power standard. I suspect that you actually made it to the awakened rank in body last night, or Hawk did, and the energy needed to come from you. One of those two answers is most likely the correct one.
Did we just listen to this one?
Hawk did find a few good things. There was a nice tree along the side of the strength training grounds.
We did just listen to this one. No.
Carl sat on the balcony of his room with a stack of textbooks, trying to determine if there would be some surefire way to help Hawk advance from the awakened stage to ascended without a large delay. From what he knew of the Windspeed Hawk, their progression usually came from improved skills with Rent, along with an increased ability power level. The mana-infused monster blood should help with the second part, and they were doing daily training, which no wild hawk would ever have a reason to do. Mostly because they hunted for food, not for sport, so they wouldn't use their skills 100 times a day. That gave them some sort of advantage over the wild growth rate, but there had to be more that he could do than just grind their skills over and over. Hawk had already learned the wind barrier from the headmaster's wind beads, so the Windspeed Hawk could absolutely learn new things from mystic resources. He just had to get his hands on enough on distracting his confusion, and Carl went to open the door, dinner with a smile and a bag full of books, plus a small plate of food. I brought a gift for Hawk. Someone told me that they had them around their house in the farmlands, and the Hawks really like these. So I asked the kitchen to find one. She greeted him. That caught Hawk's attention, and he flew in from the other room to land on her shoulder and check out the plate. It was a small animal, skinned, but intact and raw. But to the Windspeed Hawk, the smell was divine. It's an iron jaw mole. They're farmland pets, as they dig huge holes for their nests. They've got great jaw strength, as you would expect, but that's it. Unfortunately for them, they're even weaker than the earth mice in the fields outside the academy. And they've got no ranged attacking power at all. The trio walked back to the patio, and Dana set the plate on the table, where it was immediately attacked by Hawk. Mind your manners. I don't need you getting blood splatter on the textbooks, Carl reminded him. In response, the hawk pushed the plate to the far side of the table, but didn't slow his pace, happily tearing the small animal to bits. "What are you working on today?" Carl asked as Dana set out a pair of notebooks, but no reference text. "Mana control. According to the teacher, I still use too much for every spell, and that inefficiency is why I'm having trouble with multiple spells and my channeling speed. For now, they've asked me to just focus on magic missiles and fog, and not to expand my spell repertoire yet, or I will ingrain bad habits into new spells. So, I want to get my efficiency increased as quickly as I can," Dana explained. Hawk looked up with interest. That topic sounded like it would be useful to him too. He could kill more water balls that way and taunt the mages. Taunting mages was way more fun than Hawk had expected it to be, especially when they weren't allowed to attack him directly.
I kissed an egg on a dare. That's all it was supposed to be, a joke. But then it cracked in my hands, glowing like molten gold. A scream split the air as a creature of fire and thunder burst out of the shell. Its wings scorched the sky, and before I could even breathe, it dove straight into me. Power burned through my veins, and the most powerful human in the world was born. But this isn't how it all started. Today was my divine injection day. If I survived, I'd gain a power and a spot at the Golden Divine Academy. If I failed, well, I wouldn't leave this place alive. Then I saw it, my prized letter lying on the ground.
The very end. Yay.
I reached
That's
for
what
it,
I'm
but
talking
Edgar
about.
stomped on my hand. Pain shot up my arm. "What's this?" He picked it up and read it out loud. "Good luck, Carl. Don't worry about the money. I gave everything I had for your injection because I believe in you. Do it for your Lila and me. Love, Mum." The crowd howled with laughter. "Give it back," I shouted. Edgar smirked and shoved me with his boot. "Your poor mother. She's gonna regret wasting her money on you." Before I could get up, a voice cut through the noise. "Leave him alone." It was Dana, my childhood friend, the only one I had. She shoved Edgar back without flinching. Edgar glared at her, then ripped the letter in half and tossed the pieces to the ground. "There, take it." "No!" I dropped to my knees, grabbing the scraps as Dana helped me. "Don't let him get to you, Carl," she whispered. Then the intercom blared overhead.
Section B, report to your testing base.
My stomach dropped. It was time. Edgar grinned. "Showtime, Ashwipe." We lined up. One by one, students went inside testing and came out. Jake went in, and she stopped her eyes looking. A spoon-shaped motion on her chest. "Congratulations, you've been accepted to the Golden Divine Academy," an official said, handing her a folder. I grinned. "You did it!" Then Edgar shoved past me. When he came out, warrior's mark burned on his chest. He sneered. "Guess I'll see you at the academy, loser. If you don't die in there." I didn't answer. I couldn't. Because I was next. The result with humming and blinked, door sealed shut behind me. "Sit. Let arm out," he said without looking up. He sat down, pulling up my sleeve. My heart pounded in my ears. Everything my mom had sacrificed led to this moment. The man tapped the syringe. Deep breath. I closed my eyes. "Please, just let me survive." The needle sank in. At first, nothing. Then a burning sensation exploded in my arm. The lights flickered, machines sparked, birds screeched outside. The official's eyes went wide. "What the? Ah!" Pain ripped through my chest, crawling up my veins like fire. I looked down. A jagged, three-clawed mark glowed on my arm. So bright it lit the whole room in red. The official stumbled back. "I've never seen this before." Suddenly, the mark flared outward, forming a massive spectral
Is
beast
this just
claw.
a regular?
Panic
Oh no,
gripped
this
me.
is the main
"What's
guy.
happening?
Okay,
Am I
cool.
gonna die?" The man frantically tapped on his pad. "Class, unknown. Power, unknown." Then he froze, his face pale. "No way." I staggered toward him. No way what? Before he could answer, the beast claw slammed down over me in a burst of blinding red light. The room vanished. I stood in a wild forest beneath a blood-red sky. Shadows moved around me, monstrous creatures stepping into view. A silver deer with a scorpion's tail, a giant spider crackling with lightning, a white wolf with 9 burning tails. They all bowed to me. What the hell? Then a massive shadow passed overhead. Something huge with wings screamed in the distance. I looked up, and then everything went black. I jolted awake to the rattle of a train. Carl! Dana was beside me, eyes full of concern. Students around me gasped. The claw mark on my arm was glowing red hot, lighting up the entire cabin. What is that mark? I yanked my sleeve down, but before I could answer, "Attention students!" A strict woman marched in. Her tag read, Sergeant Rita. "Congratulations," she said firmly. "You've all been accepted to the Golden Divine Academy."
Dang it, I hate when this happens.
That sounds like good advice. I need to find a way to keep Hawk progressing now that he's reaching full growth. All this good food and the handful of special items they could find that were suitable for Hawks have brought him up to full grown in record time. But he is going to hit his natural bottleneck soon. And then it's up to training whether we can make the leap from awakened to ascended before the semester is over. They studied in silence for a few minutes while Hawk finished eating. And then the bird flew up into the trees and brought them back a single pear, perfectly ripened. Carl remembered this one from the guidebook. It was supposed to help refresh the body and remove stress.
What is going
A common
on
enough
here?
effect for magical plants, but useful when studying. Carl cut it into thin slices, and Hawk took one small bite before ruffling its feathers and turning away.
Kitty cat.
The pear
Chill
smelled
out.
incredible, but it was too sweet. Not at all to
This
Hawk's
is just.
liking. The
Why
humans
was
could
it
have
so overpowered before, but
Carl
not
laughed
anymore?
at the Hawk's disappointed look and picked the pear slices for them to snack on. Then, Hawk stepped across the table and directly onto Dana's notepad. "What are you
I'm just-
doing, little man?
Also, why
you
didn't
too
this
much?"
play? I don't
She
understand.
asked and stroked his head gently. Hawk
I don't understand.
then shook himself and focused.
Okay, so that's not a good way
He
to
raised
go.
one claw and created
But
a
now we
red
know.
blade
It
in
was
front of
really
him,
good
then
before, but
decreased
there's
the
just like
intensity to almost
no
nothing
blog, I
before
guess?
bringing
I
it
don't
back
know.
up again, then down until it was almost invisible.
Let's play
"Tell
again.
her about the waste," Hawk demanded.
We're gonna beat this.
He wants you to understand that the harder you push yourself, the more mana you waste. Try what he's doing with your magic missiles, and I think you'll see. Hold it in place and keep decreasing the power. The mana cost drops exponentially, Carl explained. Dana looked skeptical, but she did what he asked. The first few missiles nearly fired out across the academy grounds, as she had never before tried to hold them in place. But after a few minutes, she could hold and guide them where she wanted as she slowly reduced the power from the default full activation to barely a glow of light. "How did you know to do that?" she asked as she mimicked Hawk's cycle through the power range. "You should have enough power to take out your prey, so you don't smart everything back," Carl point.
I was sick with the berry. Not so with the bears are get off my back. Let's take down. Yes, I can upgrade the next wall. Perfect third wall.
Sorry.
So that's it. This is a huge breakthrough. I can see where I was going wrong. I was just focusing on the spell activation sequence and letting it go. I thought that I was doing well by controlling the direction. But if I focus on the mana flow, I can do so much more with it. There are likely so many things that we can learn from magical creatures that we have never thought of ourselves. The teacher's directions aren't even this detailed. And I've never seen another student actually reduce the power of their spells. They just increase their endurance and cast everything at full power every time, but with better control as they grow.
Carl thought about that for a moment and shook his head. Now the senior students have learned to control and split the power as well. I guess they just thought that it would be too difficult for a new mage. But it makes casting spells way easier. Even if you do it at half power, you should be able to cast at least 5 missiles for every one that you could before. Dana and Hawk spent the rest of the evening practicing their skill control together, while Carl focused on finding more about the growth cycles and power increase triggers of various magical beast species. There were so many, but Carl was certain that if he worked on it, he could find some sort of pattern to the triggers. It should be either something to do with their skills, their body's alignment to an element, or some sort of environmental factor. He didn't believe that it was completely random and that it was all up to luck. With study, they should be able to trigger the advancements deliberately. The meditation and movement of energy to Hawk was certainly going to help, though he couldn't tell how much. But every meal since the advancement had given him a surge of energy, as he was absorbing the nutrients and embedded mana much more efficiently than a regular human would. That should be something normal for the elites, as the kitchens did deliberately prepare that sort of meal for every student. So the real difference should be that he could share the excess with Hawk instead of wasting it. Once it started to get dark, Dana finished making notes on what she had learned and then returned to her room for the night, while Carl prepared to eat one more late-night meal and meditate on transferring that extra energy to Hawk to help him grow. The only problem was that they would have to wait until there was a noticeable change to find out if these methods were working, and even then, they wouldn't necessarily know for certain which of the methods had the largest impact. There was no exact measuring method, which was why they had just loosely grouped monsters into categories based on their power rankings. But that also meant that near the boundaries of those rankings, there could be some uncertainty, unless the body or power went through a notable change. For example, when a devil cat went through the process of moving from awakened to ascended, it grew a second tail. That was a pretty simple and surefire way to tell. Many birds would gain a distinctive pattern on their feathers as they grew more powerful, and most mammals would increase in size in a sudden growth spurt. Windspeed hawks didn't go through most of that. They kept their appearance, except for the claws. Once a windspeed hawk reached the ascended level, their claws would turn from a dull black to a translucent obsidian. And that claw material was an exceptional resource for elites learning similar skills.
Wait, that's not the end. You've just had a free taste. Now get the full story on the Pocket FM app, link in description. Check out our next video and playlist, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Here are 3 ways Apothecary carries your team to victory. Number 3, PvE support. Apothecary keeps your team alive with massive heals. Number 2, PvP carry. Apothecary's turn meter boosts give your whole team the edge. And number 1, speed boosting. Increased speed and turn meter can completely change every battle in the game. More turns mean more damage, more control, and more wins. Use promo code GODSPEED and get Apothecary for free.
No, we like sitting like this.
If you don't like it, you should go to first class.
Baby, here comes the Arab.
It could be ground up and mixed with monster blood in the same way as the strength stones, and drinking it would increase skill understanding.
Yeah, make them eat my claw clippings. They grow back quickly.
Hawk giggled in Carl's mind, equating the broken claw parts to human toenail clippings. Just a shed waste product that it no longer cared about. Well, if we can help you grow to that level, we can help the others out then. We will show them how far ahead you are just by being yourself. Carl joked, stroking the bird's ego for a moment before he began to meditate. In the morning, they both felt refreshed and a bit better than they had the day before. So that became their routine. Mornings with the mages, afternoons of martial arts training, and then evenings of book studies. While Carl worked on learning all that he could about magical beasts and the triggers that could cause them to advance, while Hawk worked with Dana on their mana control. His rate of growth was incredible, and while he had an advantage to begin with, thanks to his species, Hawk was rapidly outgrowing anything that could have been expected of a juvenile windspeed hawk. Normally, they wouldn't need to use the rend attack more than a handful of times in a day, as it was primarily for hunting and occasionally for self-defense. But by the end of the week, he could keep it up for hours at a time. Dana was also progressing at a crazy pace with his help, and she now had full control over her magic missiles. It was quite impressive to see her hold them in place or move them around the room with her mind. The process still drained her much faster than she would prefer, but it was a vast improvement on the first day that she started working with Hawk, when she didn't understand at all how she was supposed to control the mana flows. So, it was with greatly improved confidence that they headed for the meeting spot for the next practical skills meeting. The same group of 54 students were gathered in the field, waiting for the teachers to arrive, and Carl took his spot next to the other team leaders.
I hate those cards.
Sergeant Rita arrived a few minutes later with the two mages, driving one of the Academy's cargo buggies filled with gear. We have something new and fun for everyone today. These are the new experimental products from the Weapons Development Department at the National Research University. What you all are going to do today is go on a little field trip. The danger will be a bit higher than usual, as you will be leaving the Academy grounds entirely, and not just going to the outskirts. But the university has asked us to test whether these new weapons, with their fancy technology, can actually improve the user's strength by a whole rank. Sergeant Rita announced. The mages were more than a little skeptical, as their powers were based on mana flow and control, which were both internal factors. They didn't use weapons in the same way that the warriors did. If it was just for the warrior classes, it would be a great safety measure for elites in general, but not specifically for them. However, when they took the tarp off the cart, there was a box with everyone's name on it. The university really had come up with something for everyone, and the students began to become excited to see what it could do.
With SafeLight, you can get that fixed now and pay later.
Fix now, pay later?
I keep
SafeLight
forgetting
offers
about
flexible
that.
Payment options and anywhere mobile service, so you can get it fixed here, or here, and pay later. Go to SafeLight.com today.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
I'll give you the day off if you can prove to me you know your finances.
Absolutely, I'll do that.
How many subscriptions are you paying for?
Easy. Netflix and Max, 2.
Wait, hold on. Let's download Rocket Money and see if you're right. So you're actually paying for 25, which is...
Carl made his way to the stack of boxes, where
How do you not
Sergeant
know what you're
Rita
paying
was
for?
organizing everyone into a single file line to get through the stack more efficiently. She handed him a large box, and he stepped aside, trying to figure out how to open a box with no visible latches. The answer turned out to be a fingerprint scanner in the middle of one side, hidden beneath the paint. To students who grew up in the city, it was obvious, but the small towns didn't have
I mean, there was really nothing I can do.
They just taped the boxes closed and called it secure. Inside the box was a new set of gauntlets, similar to the ones that he already had, at least in external appearance, but they were lighter than the training units, and the claws on the fingers seemed to be made from some sort of actual monster
I'm annoyed.
instead of alloy. What sort of difference that was supposed to make to his rend attack was a mystery, but there might be something else hidden under the plain black metal upper glove that covered his arm nearly to the elbow, which would help with mana channeling, or serve as some sort of amplifier for his skills. The only way to know was to test them, so Carl stepped away from the crowd, where the warriors were happily beginning to wave their new swords around, and gave them a flex to send a claw attack into the air. The power activation felt much
I'm
more
just
natural,
annoyed. Am I
even
dead?
when he was doing it barehanded.
About to be.
The gauntlets weren't strictly necessary for the skill, unlike a sword skill. He had fingernails of his own that would
I'm
do
dead.
the job.
Goodbye.
But with these new gauntlets on his
Okay,
hands,
well, with that, I
power
think I
seemed to
might
flow to the
call
monster
it.
claws
I don't really
much more
like Ironclad
smoothly
that
than he could
much.
manage on his own. He didn't feel like it was more
Oh, I just
powerful
had that
than
one
usual,
good run
and
earlier.
the energy he put in was the same.
Ah.
But his recovery felt like it was faster than usual, as if the weapon was returning some of the expended energy to him.
I shouldn't do it
gauntlets,
again.
Carl was certain that he could fight all morning with ease, and not have to take nearly as many breaks during the defensive training with the mages. It would certainly drive his classmates crazy to have that many more skills coming up to block their attacks, but they were getting better anyway, so it could be good for them.
Alright, we'll try it one more
To
time.
get all the weapons handed out, and for chaos to spread through the field where they had gathered. A large stone golem standing to one side, and the ground was trembling from someone's magic. It was insanity, but the teachers were content to wait until the students had all begun to calm down before they said anything else.
We'll get some
Calm
gold.
down, everyone. You know what's coming next, but this time there is a twist. This week, we will be putting you in pairs. There are 2 of each number in the bag. Pick one paper and find your partner for today's exercise. You will all be working individually in a large region, so don't expect backup if there are issues.
Sergeant Rita explained, while the 2 mages looked extremely pleased with their ingenuity. The device that the university had made for the mages varied from person to person, but mostly they were in the form of a small rectangular frame full of crystals and tubes that could be hung from the user's belt. Aesthetically, they were a strange choice, but better than the hooded coat with the wires running all down the inside that one of the mages was wearing. Dana had one of the boxes, a flatter one that was a little larger than a paperback novel. That gave Carl a great idea. If they were allowed to keep these prototypes, he could suggest putting a regular book cover over some of them so that they blended in with the Academy's usual clothing a bit better. That should also protect them from damage and dirt, which clearly wasn't a concern for the design team working on magician-enhancing tools.
Sergeant Rita, what are these gauntlets made of? Do you know?
Carl asked as she approached him with the bag of numbers.
Just various monster parts combined, as far as I know. It's supposed to be something about combining the aspects of magical beasts to create magic items.
She replied with a shrug. Carl took a number from the bag and waited for the rest of the students to choose. He had drawn number 17, but the look on the teachers' faces said that simply shouting your number to find your partner would not be tolerated. Or at least not before the numbers were all passed out. So, Carl decided to wander and check numbers with the others who had received their cards. He was at the edge of the group to begin with, and his path simply followed the sergeant through the crowd. The others were doing the same, but in an organized manner. They were beginning to line up based on the number of their paper, with number 1 moving over toward where Carl had been standing in the beginning. Carl caught on quickly and moved to roughly where he thought pair 17 should be, and found himself standing next to Dana, who was holding a card identical to his.
Well, that makes it easier. We already know each other's basic skills, and they should work well together. You take the lead, Hawk scouts, and I will deal damage from the back.
She informed him with a smile.
That works for me. How is your new tool? Is that massive stuff really better than what you were using earlier?
Carl asked.
It seems to be, but we will find out once we actually have to use them. The box is a focusing device, and you use it when you're casting the spell to intensify the effects. It's a bit tricky to use properly at first, but with some practice, it should increase my magic power by quite a bit.
Dana replied.
Now, we just need to find out what we're going to test it on.
Wait, that's not the end. You've just had a free taste. Now get the full story on the Pocket FM app. Link in description. Check out our next video and playlist. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
If you really want to
man.
play a real game,
I feel like that is the
Whiteout
end.
Survival. This game is totally real as the one in the ads.
Is it? Usually it's not. Let's see. I could have just hit him. Well, either one, either person you hit, I'm fine with. Okay, hit that dude. Alright, that's fine. Dude, okay. I guess we need something else on right now. Let's see what else we got.
Yelled. Converse died. Sentence. Officers for weapons flashed the cryptic black symbol on my arm for the desk sergeant to see. Nightmare spell. You're infected? The sergeant's voice carried a mix of fear and respect. 3 days ago. I haven't slept since. I gestured to my bloodshot. Eyes. I don't want to hurt anyone when I finally pass out and cross over. The sergeant nodded slowly. He knew that once I fell asleep, I would be sucked into the nightmare realm. If I survived, I'd return with unspeakable powers, awakened. But if I died there, my body would be replaced by a vicious nightmare monster. And most people died there. Voluntary surrender was the most heroic thing I could do. Coffee? The sergeant poured a steaming cup. I grabbed the mug and downed the scalding liquid in 3 gulps. Black, bitter, perfect. Thanks for doing your part for humanity, kid. The sergeant almost sounded genuine. But regulations are regulations. We've got to process you with the other criminals. I entered the holding cell, and its door slammed shut with mechanical finality. Fresh meat, someone called out. I scanned my new roommates. Drunk tank refugees, petty thieves, gang members eyeing each other like predators, and Marcus. The awakened man dominated the space even in Prison Orange. Enhanced muscles bulged beneath the fabric, proof he'd survived his own nightmare spell and returned with superhuman abilities. What's a twig like you doing in Gen Pop? He stood, towering over me. Nightmare spell. The cell went silent. Dead man walking, the pickpocket whispered. They put a walking time bomb in here with us? The drunk sobered instantly. Marcus grinned. Relax, boys. We've got hours before this freak turns monster. I sized him up. So landed Mr. Universe in here.
Oh, really let this so many times.
I couldn't help myself. You survived the nightmare realm, superhuman abilities, and chose white-collar crime? I heard. The drunk was cackling. Marcus's face turned crimson. You're dead. Before he touched me, alarms reached the station.
Oh, I didn't want to do that, actually.
I placed my hand into a pond. Their bullshit water coiled, man. Only a handful of students ever enter for this trial. When the snakes withdraw, the water reveals your beast power. Leave the pond alive. This time, the snakes withdrew, and water stilled as everyone waited for the reveal.
I went the wrong
But
way.
instead of showing my beast's
It's okay.
power, the water thickened till it turned black, like a void. Is he cursed? Someone spoke. I looked at my master as his face was drained of color.
In 300 years, I've only seen this once. Either you're the greatest tamer we've been waiting for, or the weakest beast tamer alive.
Ren's only fate is to remain poor and brainless.
They laughed. Maybe they were right to mock me. Because where I come from, your beast egg decides your place. The rich kids had massive eggs, vibrant reds, electric blues, emerald greens, pulsing with power. Each one guaranteed an elite beast and a life of privilege. Mine was small, gray, lifeless, like it had expired years ago. My family sold everything we owned just to afford the cheapest egg. So why would the water turn black for me? Unless my worthless egg was hiding something no one could see. It was already time for the hatching ceremony, and the beasts before mine drew gasps of awe. Luna Starweaver hatched a shadow
Might as well.
Her beast's powers gave her enhanced senses, made her taller, faster.
Oh my god, I hate these guys.
Goldcrest hatched a crimson salamander. It gave him regal scales of molten gold that glowed beneath his skin. All around me, students showed off their new forms. Wings, claws, armored limbs. Their families would be celebrating tonight. These beasts guaranteed them wealth and glory. That's all I wanted. To be able to reward my parents for giving up everything so I'd have a chance. Ren! The examiner called my name. I felt all of their eyes fall on me. It was my turn. My hands shook as I walked up to the altar, clutching my egg. I put the egg down on the altar and took a step back. The room fell into a hush as it started to wiggle. The shell split.
Nice.
I could feel my heart beat faster as the shell split open. Brilliant light escaped from the cracks, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. When I opened mine, I saw the shattered egg. There was no beast inside. A cloud of spores floated over me. It had two eyes and glimmered with a dim gray light. It was the weakest beast ever recorded in the history of summonings. The laughter from my peers was cruel and immediate. My face went bright red with shame. I heard Klein's voice booming behind me. Of course you would get a cloud spore, Ren. You have the worst luck in the world. Was my life over? I refused to accept it.
Okay.
I ran to the ceremony master.
9, 18.
A cloud spore isn't that bad, right? It will evolve into something big and strong, right? The elder pressed his lips into a line, struggling to contain his amusement. I'm sorry, Ren, but you truly have the worst beast there is. It doesn't evolve, and its absurdly low rating will resign you to a life of poverty, working in the mines with your worthless beast. At that moment, my cloud spore squinted and glowed. I felt something slowly protrude from my head. Hope surged inside of me.
Nice.
Was I growing badass horns? Klein jumped in my face and pointed. Look, he's growing a garden
Classic.
from his head. I panicked and ran to the nearest window to look at my reflection. It seemed my awakened form was complete. Klein was right. Dozens of glowing mushroom had sprouted on the top of my head. The other students surrounded me. Fungus freak. Fungus freak. I whipped my head toward the ceremony master. This is it? I don't get powers like the rest of the students. Klein can control fire. Luna can run faster than wolves, and all I get are blinking mushrooms. The ceremony master sighed. I'm afraid so. He turned to the rest of the students, trying to settle them down. Remember, everyone, in 1 week you'll all be going to the School of Cultivation and Evolution to begin your 8-year study in beast taming. But I couldn't focus with my classmates chanting, "Fungus freak," at me over and over again.
Oh wait, this is an ad.
Nightmare
I was
breach
like,
in
this
cell
is
block
weird.
C. Officers sprinted past our cell, weapons drawn, terror written across their faces. Something inhuman roared in the distance. Metal screeched as it was torn apart. Marcus grabbed my shirt, slamming me against the bars. You brought friends, freak? That's not how this works, wire fraud. The sounds of battle grew closer. Whatever had manifested was winning. You think you're funny? Marcus's enhanced fist cocked back. Let me fix that smart mouth. His punch connected like a sledgehammer, and pain exploded through my skull. My vision blurred, darkness creeping in from the edges. No, not yet. The conscious slid water through a drain. I'm going to survive this. Whatever's waiting in the nightmare realm, I'll beat it. I have to. And when I come back, awakened, with real power, Marcus won't be laughing anymore. Shit! A guard's voice echoed as darkness claimed me. Toss this one into solitary. Marcus's voice followed me into the black. I'll be the one to put you down when you come back, freak. As I fell into the nightmare realm, I wondered if I'd survive my trial. I blinked, and the next thing I saw was a snowy mountain pass. A translucent screen materialized before me.
Welcome to the Nightmare Realm, Sleeper. Prepare for your first trial.
This was it. My first trial. I sat up, scanning the alien landscape. Atop a distant cliff stood a giant, dark structure like a temple. Suddenly, a countdown appeared in front of me.
Survive until sundown. You have 3 hours remaining.
Marcus's threat echoed in my mind. 3 hours until he killed my unconscious body in the real world. I jumped to my feet, ready to sprint toward the temple. But as soon as I took a step, pain erupted around my neck. I crashed onto my back, gasping. Why the hell is there a chain around my neck? We were being dragged up a mountain pass, with vicious guards on either side. That's when I first realized it was like a video game. And if this truly was a game, then I could figure out the rules.
Okay, that's
I
good.
concentrated, trying to conjure up a game menu. Shimmering runes appeared in the air in front of me, visible only to my eyes. Name, Sunless. True name, unknown. Rank, aspirant. Class.
Once this video is done, I'm going to give you the legendary Alice for free.
Don't you do that.
Let me show you.
Don't you give it to me for free.
Aspect, temple slave. Attributes, child of shadows. Interesting. Temple slave sounded ominous as hell, and this attribute, child of shadows, sounded useful for stealth applications. Just then, my foot caught on a skull and I stumbled, yanking the chain that connected us all.
I just want to attack
Watch it, you little
everybody.
shit! The shifty-eyed man behind me snarled as the chain jerked him forward. I'm gonna kill you when I get the chance. Calm down, Benny. The broad-shouldered slave in front of me didn't even turn around. Kid's as good as dead anyway. Save your energy for the mountain. I looked at him. How long have we been walking? 3 days. The broad-shouldered man, Fraser, grunted. You were unconscious when they chained you up. Yeah, we've carried your ass for 3 days, you little punk. Benny raised his fist, but the chain kept him just out of reach. And now you wake up and immediately trip. Clumsy little rat. I'm gonna throw you off this cliff as soon as I get a chance. That's when I heard hoofbeats approaching. A young soldier, around my age, rode up on a beautiful white horse. His armor was clean and polished. What's the commotion here? Benny spat into the bone dust at my feet. This runt keeps tripping and pulling the chain. I nearly broke my wrist. The soldier looked down at me, and I saw something I hadn't expected. Genuine pity. You look exhausted. When did you last eat? I don't know. The soldier unhooked a leather flask from his belt. Here, drink some of this. Gratefully, I took the flask and crack! Fire exploded across my back as a whip tore through my thin shirt. I stumbled forward, tasting copper as I bit my tongue hard enough to draw blood. Know your place, kid. An older soldier had appeared behind us. His scarred face was twisted with disgust. What do you think you're doing, Gregor? The young soldier, Gregor, straightened in his saddle. I was giving the boy water, sir. He'll get water when we make camp. These slaves aren't your friends, boy. They're not even people. Not even people? It was always the same. The strong talking down to the weak, even in the dream realm. Don't you dare look at me, boy. He whipped me again. Gregor tried to argue. But sir, showing basic mercy. Shut your mouth and move along. The older soldier wheeled his horse around. Treat them like people and they'll start imagining things. Yes, sir. Gregor gave in.
He looks... Why does it look like he's got some feet? Oh, I've never seen this guy. I have no idea what to expect here.
Settled into my bones like winter. It was fuel. Purpose. I'm going to survive this trial. I'm going to become awakened. I might not be strong, but I am smart. Let them underestimate me. I watched Fraser reach for some bright red berries growing beside the path. They looked almost too perfect to be natural in this place of death. Don't eat those, a tall, dignified man called out. Those are bloodberries. Fraser paused. So what? Food is food. So what? The scholar shook his head. Those berries will kill you faster than starvation. My curiosity was piqued. How do you know?
Looks
I
like
was a botanist before this. He gestured at his chains. Bloodberries only grow where human blood has been spilled. They absorb the iron and turn it into poison. Poison? Benny perked up with interest. The scholar nodded. A few can stop a man's heart in minutes. I glanced around, making sure the guards weren't watching, then quickly hid some of the berries in my pocket. Who knows when they'll come in handy? That's when the mountain exploded. Something massive tore through the front of the caravan with the force of a natural disaster. Wagons erupted into flying wood and metal, their contents scattered like leaves in a hurricane. I watched a horse sail through the air, its rider still in the saddle. What's going on there? I can't see. Fraser's words were cut off as another explosion sent a shockwave through the ground. The soldiers were shouting orders, drawing swords, but they weren't protecting us. They were fighting for their own lives. There's only one person who can save me.
Oh, that's the
Myself.
best card.
Through the smoke and chaos, I caught my first glimpse of the thing attacking us. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. It was enormous, easily 12 feet tall, covered in bone-white armor that grew from its flesh like natural plating. Its face was a nightmare of too many white, milky eyes and grinding teeth, each one the size of my fist. Tyrant! Someone screamed. It's a tyrant! No way. This can't be real. Tyrants were the most dangerous class of nightmare creatures in existence. They weren't supposed to appear in First Nightmares. Ever. I pulled up my status screen with desperate focus, hoping for anything that might help. Name. Sunless. True name. None. Soul rank. Dormant. Memories. None. Echoes. None. Attributes. Child of Shadows. Aspect. Temple Slave. Nothing. Nothing helpful at all. The screen mocked me with its emptiness. That's when I noticed the soldiers' nearby corpses starting to twitch. Oh no, this is about to get even worse. The soldiers who'd been torn apart by the tyrant were getting back up. Zombies. Benny tried to move away from them. The dead are coming back. That's impossible, the scholar's voice cracked. Tell that to them. Fraser pointed at the approaching undead. One of the reanimated soldiers turned toward us, its jaw hanging at an impossible angle. It moved with the mechanical gait of a broken puppet, but it was getting closer with each shambling step. Think, Sonny. I knew I had to come up with an idea now, or never. The chain! We're all connected by the chain. Listen to me. I waved my hands over the chaos. When I say pull, everyone pulls as hard as they can. And what good will that do us? Benny was not convinced. You got a better idea? I shot back.
Okay.
The zombie lurched closer, reaching for Fraser with blackened fingers. Now! Pull! The chain went taut like a bowstring. The zombie walked right into it. The iron links caught it across the throat with a sound like a butcher's cleaver hitting bone. We all yanked in different directions, and the creature's head separated from its shoulders.
What's that new Pokemon-style game everyone's been playing? Oh, I got you. This is Palmon Survival. It just came out, and it already has a perfect rating in the App Store. And if you're seeing this video, it's not too late. Because if you
That was
download the
working
game
out.
right now on this video, you'll receive 100 free draws and a free SSR Palmon to get you started. Capture and collect over 100 unique Palmon as you build your ultimate team. Explore the beautiful world of Palantis and uncover all the secrets this world has to offer. You can even build your own homestead with farms, factories, and more to put your pals to work and grow your Palmon empire. This game literally has it all. I cannot put it down. So what are you guys waiting for? Tap below to download Palmon Survival and get your 100 draws and SSR Palmon for free right now.
Okay.
The voice in my head boomed through my ears only.
You have slain a dormant beast, zombie soldier.
We collapsed against each other. We did it. Benny's
We did
disbelief was
it.
evident in every word.
Okay.
We actually did it. How did you know that would work? The scholar stared at me. I didn't. I
Here we go
shrugged.
again.
But doing nothing meant dying for sure. A roar shook the mountain itself. Through the smoke and flames, I saw the tyrant's massive head turn toward us. It was coming our way, and we were still chained together like a buffet offering. We're dead. All of Fraser's earlier confidence
We're doing that
evaporated.
one. We're doing
We're all
it.
dead.
It's the only
He
way
only
we
had
win
eyes
this
for the
is with
beast,
that.
but my eyes were looking somewhere else. I saw other groups
How
of
do I
slaves
do
scattered across the
this?
battlefield. They were running toward the tree line, disappearing into the dark forest beyond. How had they gotten rid of their chains? I had to figure it out too, if I wanted to survive. If we can untangle our chains, maybe we can find a way out of this.
I guess this is the best way?
The ironwork was old.
Oh, this guy.
Designed
Okay,
to
hold
hold
on.
much stronger people than us. The chains were hopelessly tangled from our earlier struggle. We're not going to make it, Benny yelled. Don't waste your energy, I commanded. I saw another zombie crawling toward us. Half its torso was gone, but it kept coming. Faster! Finally, with a metallic snap, the links separated. We're free! Tears of relief were streaming down Benny's face. But we weren't. The shackles around our wrists were still locked tight. And worse, we were still chained to the burning wagon behind us. We could move, but not escape. No, I refused to die here. I wrapped the chain around my knuckles, feeling the cold metal bite into my skin hard enough to draw blood. The zombie was almost on us, but I wasn't going to give up without a fight. Come at me, you... A flash of silver cut through the darkness. Gregor appeared beside us like something out of legend. His sword separated the zombie's head from its shoulders in one perfect strike. Gregor! I noticed his white cloak was somehow still pristine, like he hadn't been fighting for his life in this hellscape. You're alive. He sounded genuinely relieved to see us breathing. Thanks to you. I meant it, despite everything. He reached into his belt and threw something small and metallic at my feet. Save yourself. It was the key to our shackles. As Gregor rushed back toward the main battle, I unlocked our chains. For the first time since this nightmare began, I could move freely. It feels so good. Let's go, Benny yelled. The others were already moving toward the forest edge, driven by the primal need to put distance between themselves and the carnage.
Still
I was about to do the same thing when... Hold on. I stopped at the tree line. My breath was forming clouds in the suddenly frigid air. What is it? Fraser looked back at me. Something's not right. You bet your ass something isn't right. Benny was on the edge of leaving me behind. This monster back there.
Cool.
But I looked up at the sky. The sun was setting fast, painting the sky in shades of blood and shadow. With it came a bone-deep cold that promised death to anyone caught unprepared. The dark forest stretched ahead of us. It promised unknown dangers and certain hypothermia. We can't leave the heat. I hated that I had to say these words. If we go into that forest when the sun sets completely, we'll freeze to death before we make it a mile. Are you insane? Benny couldn't believe it. I'm not staying here. Look at your breath, Benny. Look how fast the temperature's dropping. He paused, seeing the white puffs of vapor. The kid's right, Fraser agreed quietly. Hypothermia will kill us faster than that monster. But the monster will still kill us. Benny shook his head. I'll go. Be my guest, but you have no chance in there. I was certain I was right. Here,
I don't think I'm
we have
even
chance at
entering
least.
a shop
I'll pay
here.
for your coffee for 1 week if you can prove you know your finances.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay, how many subscriptions are you paying for?
Fine.
I know I got Hulu and Max and Walmart Plus. That makes 3.
Let's download Rocket Money and see if you're right. You're actually paying for 15 subscriptions, and it's costing you $290.
1.5? I didn't even know I was paying for half of these.
Let's try again. How much did you spend on coffee last week?
I went here a couple times, so let's say $30.
It's actually 90. One more try. How much did you spend on takeout last month?
Don't judge, but I mean, it's definitely less than 130. Yeah. No?
It was $280.
Is this all in the app?
Yeah, Rocket Money shows you all your expenses in one place and even helps you create a budget based on your past spending. Don't worry about those 15 subscriptions. You can also cancel the ones you don't want right in the app. It'll even try and get you a refund on a couple of them.
Are you for real? That's actually insanely helpful.
Exactly. Unfortunately, I won't be paying for your coffee for 1 week. How about I give you something else? Some gum?
I feel like this is actually kind of insulting. Are you trying to tell me something?
Of course not. Download Rocket Money today.
I have uninstalled all other games in my phone. In game ads, pay to win, say goodbye to all of these nonsense. Here in this game, you'll only get pure strategy fun. No shortcuts, no VIP privileges. Instead, it is every companion you meet and every zombie horde you cleared that makes you stronger. It's not just about fights, it's about building a home. So dive in. If you are ready for a real adventure,
Fraser nodded slowly. Maybe the tyrant will be satisfied with those it's already killed. I nodded back, but inwardly, I knew better. There's no chance this damned beast is done. It won't stop until every last one of us is dead. We crept back toward the burning caravan. And then I witnessed something unbelievable. Through the smoke and flames, I could see Gregor locked in single combat with the tyrant. The young soldier moved like
what is
water
that?
in
What is
flesh as he dodged the creature's massive claws by margins measured in inches. How is he doing this? This beast should easily tear him apart. But I could see the truth written in his movements. He was slowing down, and the tyrant was taking advantage of it. Gregor stumbled backward, dangerously close to the cliff edge that dropped away into absolute darkness.
Okay,
One
that's
wrong
fine.
step, and he'd plummet into the abyss below. Poor guy. He's as good as dead, Fraser sighed. Poor guy? He's one of our captors. Benny smirked with vengeance. Serves him right. You're not seeing the bigger picture. I looked at Gregor. If he dies, so does our only protection from the monster. The tyrant was focused entirely on Gregor, treating him as the only real threat. If it killed him, we'd be next. And unlike the soldier, we had no weapons, no training, no hope of survival in a direct confrontation. We have to support Gregor. Fraser nodded. But how? Think. There has to be something. Some way to tip the scales. My eyes swept across the battlefield, cataloging available resources with desperate efficiency. Broken weapons? Too far away and probably too heavy for me to use effectively. Loose rocks? Not nearly heavy enough to damage something that size. But then I saw it, and the pieces of a plan clicked into place. Bingo! One of the cargo wagons was still mostly intact despite the chaos. and beside it lay a length of heavy chain from our former prison, just long enough to serve my purposes. Come with me. Are you insane? Benny grabbed my arm. We should be running as far from that thing as possible. If we run, we die from cold. I shook him off. If we stay here and do nothing, we die from claws. This is the only chance we have to actually survive. What's your plan? Fraser demanded. See that wagon? We're going to use it as an anchor. I wrapped the chain around the wagon's rear axle, creating a long tether that stretched toward the cliff edge where the battle raged. The wagon was heavy but mobile, positioned on a slight slope that led directly toward the precipice. Push! I climbed onto the wagon bed and took hold of the chain. Push as hard as you can. I'm doing my best, Benny protested even as he started pushing. Try harder! Fraser and Benny threw their combined weight against the wagon. It groaned like a living thing, then started to roll with gathering momentum. Gregor spared me half a glance as the wagon gained speed. Whatever you're doing, do it fast. Without showing a hint of emotion, the young warrior doubled his efforts, drawing the tyrant's attention away from me with a series of increasingly aggressive attacks. Smart. He gets it. We're going to do this together. I focused on the weight of the chain in my hands, the distance between me and the tyrant, and the precise trajectory I'd need to make this work. The wagon was picking up speed now, rolling faster toward the cliff edge with each passing second. Please, don't miss. We only get one shot at this. Gathering all my strength, I spun and threw the chain into the air like a fisherman casting his net. The loop opened as it flew, arcing toward the position where Gregor and the tyrant danced their deadly dance. I'd aimed for the creature's feet. If I could tangle its legs, maybe Gregor could finish it while it was off balance. But in the last moment, the tyrant suddenly flinched backward from one of Gregor's strikes. No! I cursed, but then I realized that this was even better. Instead of falling to the ground, the chain kept flying through the air. It looped and landed perfectly around the tyrant's massive neck. It worked! Fraser shouted. The metal links tightened like an iron noose. I froze for a moment, not believing my eyes. Then I clenched my jaw and balled my fists. Yes! The wagon hit a large rock, but the chain was already doing its work. It went tight as a bowstring, and the tyrant was yanked backward. Die, you giant... Gregor, get back!
I guess it's I guess they're saying a bad word.
Behind the cliff, its weight pulled the tyrant with it. The creature disappeared with a horrifying roar. We did it! Benny's voice cracked with relief and disbelief. We actually did it! Fraser was laughing like a madman. The boy's a genius. A bloody genius. But I was thinking about something else. Something was wrong. When I'd killed the zombie, there had been a booming announcement from the voice. This time, there was nothing. I felt my stomach drop like a stone. The tyrant isn't dead yet. The words cut through their celebration like a blade. The laughter stopped abruptly. Gregor wiped blood from a cut on his cheek. We'll need to wait out the night. Hopefully that thing stays down there and doesn't find a way back up. Benny and Fraser huddled closer to the largest fire, debating whether to risk moving in the dark or stay put until dawn. I wasn't really listening because something much more important was happening. The voice had returned.
Survived until sundown. Memory unlocked.
A memory? Memories could be anything. Weapons, enchanted items, or magical artifacts that defied the laws of physics. Whatever memory I unlock, it better help me fight back against the people who've stepped on me my entire life.
Memory received. Silver Bell. A small memento of a long-lost home, which once brought its owner comfort and joy. Its clear ringing can be heard from miles away.
Shit. Complete and utter shit. I didn't even understand what this meant, but the one thing that I did understand was that my first memory was as useless as everything else the nightmare spell had given me. But as I stared at the bell's description, something clicked in my mind. Its clear ringing can be heard from miles away. I can use that. The tyrant's eyes had been completely milky white. It had only turned toward us when the wagon started making noise. It hunts by sound, not sight. It's completely blind. Maybe this memory wasn't completely useless after all. That's when I heard it.
What are you doing? Can't even put your phone down.
I've just found a game and it's actually fun, with no ads. That's how important this is. You ever watch people cleaning an abandoned pool? It's just like this. Right, let's start with some basic resources. Let's see if we can... No, we can't get a bear yet. Okay, so I've got to get a bigger portal with more resources and have a bit more fun. Okay, let's see if we can get those bigger bears with a bigger portal. Come on, yes, let's get those bears in. Big cold, big trees, we're on the roll. Not the big tree though. Okay, let's get some more resources and head back to base.
I cannot stop playing White House Survival, the best winter survival game, played by over 300 million people worldwide. This stress relief minigame lets you play anytime, anywhere, with no ads, and it's completely free.
White House Survival. Play free now.
Talent is seen in two dimensions, resumes and keywords. Hiring Assistant adds depth to your search, helping you create a hiring strategy tailored to your role, so even lean teams can find the best fit candidates and not just wait for them to apply. See talent in a new dimension with Hiring Assistant.
The unmistakable sound of rock grinding against rock. Oh no. The sound of something impossibly large and heavy climbing up from the depths. It's coming back up. My voice cut through their whispered debate. Gregor's face went pale in the firelight. We need to move, now. But Fraser and Benny hesitated, shooting glances at each other while Gregor gathered what supplies he could find. That's when I saw it clearly, written in their body language, and the way they looked at me when they thought I wasn't paying attention. They were planning to leave me behind, even before the tyrant made its comeback announcement. They've decided I'm expendable. Even though I had been the one who saved their lives. I was furious. They think they can treat me like dead weight? I'll go first. I kept my voice casual and selfless. If it comes for us, it'll probably come for me anyway, since I'm the slowest. Benny and Fraser exchanged a look of relief. They think I'm just a scared kid who doesn't know any better. We loaded lumber into one of the surviving wagons, creating a mobile fire that would keep us warm as we moved through the freezing mountain air. And then, in the distance, silhouetted against the starlit sky like something out of a fever dream, I could see a building perched on a high ridge. It looked as if it had been carved from the living rock of the mountain itself. Something about it called to me with absolute certainty. That's where this trial ends, one way or another. The cold bit through my torn clothes as I led the way up the winding path. Behind me, the others followed with the wagon. Hey kid, Benny called from behind. When that thing catches up, you're running toward it, not away. Understand? What? I turned back. You heard me. You're the slowest. Better one of us dies than all of us. Fraser nodded in agreement. Kid's right to volunteer. Noble, even. I never volunteered for anything. Sure you did, Benny grinned nastily. When you said you'd go first. We're just making sure you follow through. So I had been right. They had been plotting against me. Fraser slapped me on the back. That's only if the tyrant catches up.
I'm just gonna lose here.
Against you otherwise. Yeah, sure. I responded, but I thought, can't say I feel the same way. I wasn't going to make it so easy for them. I began fidgeting with the water flask. It was the one Gregor had originally offered me, which felt like years ago. Lifting the flask to my mouth, I noticed how the others watched me with thirsty, desperate eyes. You still have water? Fraser's voice was hoarse. I hesitated. Was I really going to do this?
I'm just dead. I don't care. We're moving on. Just kill me. Kill me.
Of course. I looked between them. We're in this together, right? We need to take care of each other.
I didn't even have any.
My conscience nearly tore me apart. But they already decided my life
Oh,
was
I'm
worth
so done with this game.
Benny
I'm so
eagerly
done with
grabbed the
it.
flask and drank deep gulps before passing it to
Ironclad, you
Fraser, who
suck.
tilted it back and drained the rest without hesitation.
Oh, why does
Oops,
Ironclad
drank it
suck
all.
so bad?
Sorry, Gregor. Gregor accepted his fate, not knowing that it was a good fate to accept. I watched
Oh
their
my
throats
gosh.
work as they swallowed.
So frustrating.
I'm doing what's best, I thought to myself. But why does it feel so wrong?
Oh, look, I discovered an ebook. How? Oh, they were like, you know what? You were really bad. Here you go. Buy something. Chapter 1, buy something. Treat yourself to something nice. It kind of gets more difficult as you unlock more stuff. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm just so frustrated. The Silent was my favorite to play, and I was told I need to get everybody to Ascension 2 before I go from there. Maybe that was just to slow me down. I don't know. I want to get to that stupid claw again, because I'm hitting the right first. I'm killing the right. Because the right gets all crazy first. That's what I'm going to do from now on. So the right's crazy. The right claw. Technically, it's his left. It's the, or her left. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know much about crabs now that I think about it. Anyways, I digress. I'm trailing off. I'm so exhausted. Oh, I'll see y'all later. Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, we've done pretty good. Like, we got Ironclad Ascension 1, we've got the Silent Ascension 2, and then Necrobinder Ascension 1. So it's not too shabby, in my opinion. Considering a few days ago they were all at 0. Look, did y'all know you could do this? Look, the constellations, they create stuff. It's pretty cool. Is there anything else? Is that on my side? That's so cool. Dang it, I'm doing it again. Oh well. Oh well. I guess we'll do that one. I don't really know. I don't really know yet. I don't really know. We're gonna hit the oceans. Yeah, that's what we do. We're gonna hit the oceans. Bodyguard. Black. Sorry, Osti. Osti. Apparently I also say your name wrong and everyone corrects me. Osti. Osti. I used to call him Otzi. Osti. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, I'll do this one. I didn't even look at the other one. My bad. Okay, I'm getting that one out of there though later. I forgot I could do that. Switch. Mm. It's fine. He dies. But he's back. He's back, baby. Perfect. Perfect. Death. Okay. We'll keep going the way we wanted to go. Stupid spoils map. Do I even have any that play cost 2 or more? I don't. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. Let's go upgrade my stuff. Oh. I do kind of like his little reactions though, they're pretty cool. Let's go play this guy. Okay, we got a bird. That's what I'm talking about. Taking some damage. That's fine. That's fine. And defend our dude, because that's what we do. We'll do this because it's a free hit. Oh, he died. Lusty. That's what I'm talking about. Most of my shit's kind of upgraded, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I'm not gonna hate on a free upgrade though. Cost 1. Yeah, sure, why not? Seems pretty fine to me. Go ahead and rest. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Why not? Let's just use them all. One little kick for a Frosty. Okay. Summon more. I guess basically dead. Was it? Did they not? How is he not dead? Okay, there we go. Got 6 damage. Okay, so I only have 2 that I can even pay for, so we are going to do... Okay, let's see. We have 6 damage right here. So we have 18 in hand. Okay, I'll start this. Sure, why not? Do we want to do it again? Sure, let's do it again. Why not? Okay, what should we do? All of them. Does anything add an effect? Let's do cards. Do this one. Okay. Cool. Do this one. No, just take some minutes, okay. Okay. Oh man, I'm tired. I want to go to bed. Ah, dang. I didn't even get my 600 gold. Oh, is that what that freaking is? Is that what that circle is? Okay. Now we know. Okay. So what's the easiest way to get there? It's this way. Look at me ride. Oh, yeah, this guy.